and the hearing of impeachment charges against Kericho Governor Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai. In a Gazette notice, Senate Speaker Amason Kingi announced the session scheduled for 2:30 p.m. at the Senate chamber in Parliament Buildings, Nairobi, will begin with Nabwide's official oath taking. She's set to join the House as a nominated senator, replacing Gloria Oroba. Oroba was found guilty of making public statements that harmed the party's image and repeatedly failing to respond to disciplinary charges. Senators will immediately turn their attention to Governor Mutai's impeachment motion, which follows the Kericho County Assembly's decision to remove him from office despite a court order stopping it. The Assembly's Speaker formally communicated the decision to the Senate last week. Farmers in Neri have been advised not to embark on planting crops in their farms during the ongoing slight showers to avoid losing their crops. Neri County Director of Meteorological Departments John Muiruri has said the current rains that have been falling in several parts of the county since Saturday are short-lived and therefore not ideal for planting. Consequently, farmers have been told to desist from rushing to put crops on their farms unless such crops are fast maturing and one that can remain resilient even during the dry season once the rains subside. The heavy rainfall is likely to continue up to today, then reduce in intensity from tomorrow, according to the Met Department. Teachers have rejected ODM leader Raila Odinga's proposal to devolve primary and secondary education to county governments. Odinga recently urged the executive and legislature to initiate measures transferring management of basic education from early childhood development education to secondary education to governors. Quebec Secretary General Akelo Missouri said county governments have failed to manage early childhood education and essential services.
It must go on record that teachers of this country will not accept any attempt to devolve education, because you have seen it all over that the major essential activities and infrastructure which was taken to the county have all collapsed. One such key area is early childhood education, which was supposed to give a very proper foundation for our youth. You realize that that one has not been realized, despite the fact that we are now going to the second decade of the devolved system in this country. Secondly, you have seen the health sector. It has also failed.
Nuts Collins, so you say they've united to oppose the proposal which will cripple the education sector.
Look at the state of ECDs. ECD. Horrible. The quality of education in ECD lacks what we call quality assurance. Sasa kama mimi Mswahili, kama ECD imewashinda, sembuse. So we are saying, as united as we are, let education remain under the national government.
The Secretary of the Agikuyu Community Association, Rift Valley and Western Branch, John Njuguna, has urged the government not to arrest former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua as soon as he arrives in the country from the United States. Speaking in Kitale, Njuguna said there is no need to force Gachagua to record a statement at the DCI headquarters if he has refused to do so, adding that he deserves to be treated fairly.
Kama jamii ya Mount Kenya, tumesema kwa kauli moja, Rigiji kama vile anashuka hapa Thursday, asiguswe na mtu yeyote. Mumesema Rigiji akamatwe? Tumesema Rigiji asikamatwe. Yale alisema akiwa kule Marekani, kama ni statement aandike kule Marekani, sio hapa Kenya. Rigiji vile anakuja nyumbani, tumwelcome vizuri. Ni mtoto wetu, anakuja nyumbani. Amekuwa awe na sasa arudi. Na akirudi hapa, anatetea wale wanyonge, wale wako chini. Na apewe pia heshima. Yeye ni kiongozi, party leader wa DCP.
And Gachagua is expected back in the country on Thursday. That's the day after tomorrow. Just a reminder that our stations, SpiceFM, Birur Radio, as well as Radio Maisha, have been licensed to air the EPL matches. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Hello? Somebody's there. Hello?
Look.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Bas. Watu wako ndani? Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, the rapture has not happened. I have not been left behind.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Yeah.
Please, I'm here.
What? You did what?
Please, I'm here.
You are here?
Yeah, I am listening.
Hey, wait, we can't hear you.
Nimewacho.
Gonja kwanza kidogo. Ongea usikike.
I'm saying, please, I'm here.
Woi. Hakuna.
Tumeachwa.
Bado. Goja kidogo.
I'm going to where I came from.
Where are those?
Where?
Okay.
What I tell you again to talk. If he's not talking, talk.
Who, me?
You.
I'm not talking.
Hey, Jamani.
What do you mean I'm not talking?
We are talking, but we are not hearing you. The Kenyans are not hearing you.
I'm talking.
Huh?
No. Okay. Ama nianza kufanya ile.
Bas. That's what it needed.
That's what it needed.
Oh,
that's what it needed. A few taps here and there.
Okay, sorry. Gosh, did I say that out loud?
Yeah.
Okay, good morning, Dennis and Dennis.
Good morning.
How are you?
Salama. Ukaje?
Mimi, niko salama.
Nice.
Let me tell you. Yesterday I thought I was going to die.
Why?
It was me to say that it was cold. It was cold. For the first time I've admitted it was. Hey, and my bedroom is very cold.
You have a heater?
No, except for my heart.
Where?
A heater for your heart?
As in my heart is the heater. Come on, get with it, man.
Okay.
Jeez.
Okay.
I know it's still early in the morning, but still.
No, I'm having my coffee. Like I'm not.
You need your coffee.
Yes.
Muko salama lakini?
Ashkuru alhamdulillah.
Go get a heater, by the way. Go buy one. And if you do, buy the one where you pour some water inside.
So it's like a humidifier.
Yes. Don't get the other one.
The other one dries
suffer.
up the room and whatnot. It dries up the skin, your oils disappear. So you either get the one that is a humidifier.
Yes.
The problem with me is, Sasa, I get those things, then I'll start feeling hot.
Aren't you?
You're a very sharp man. You are a very sharp man.
Something was coming up.
In fact, do you see how I just looked at you? Because I knew something was coming.
There are people who would go to heaven.
Heaven. They will go to heaven. No doubt about it. Do you know what? I tell you, if he is here, if he, guess who's back? Doo-doo-doo, back again. Doo-doo-doo, I don't know. Doo-doo-doo, the rest of the words of that song. But Eve is here.
He's here.
From Oma Bay.
Oma Bay. She's back from Oma Bay. She said she was going to bring us fish, but what she has brought for us is the memory of the fish.
Yeah.
The fish.
You know, she's just happy.
She's happy. Atatuambia tu.
Either she met a fish or she was the fish.
Where? I'm flabbergasted.
So which one? Why are you?
I'm flabberwhelmed and overgasted. All right, everybody. Good morning. We're very happy that you're here, EVE, and getting into the morning. Dennis is well. Dennis is also well. So one day we'll play a game and they'll have to decide which Dennis would. In fact, that's a good idea. Which Dennis would, and then they guess for us. And then if they guess it right, you will give them a prize.
That sounds cool. Yes.
Which Dennis would? In fact, we'll do it tomorrow.
Which Dennis would?
I will come up with the questions.
Okay.
And they have to guess which Dennis would.
Okay.
So. Hiya. At 6:15, good morning, everybody. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Getting into Tuesday. It's already the 19th of August. Something was supposed to happen.
The world was supposed to end a few days ago.
No, that one was around the 8th of August. It didn't end, Abby. We're still here. Okay.
Still here.
Something else was supposed to happen. I remember.
What is it?
I can't remember. I'll remember somewhere. I hope it's not in the middle of a conversation where it just comes to me and I blurt it out. We're getting into things this morning. We're going to have a number of conversations today. Remember that our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And I want to give somebody 1,000 shillings in airtime, courtesy of Safaricom Home Fiber. 2 of you, between now and 7 o'clock. top fans, say good morning to Salimia Vizuri Sana. We'll give you 1,000 shillings worth of Safaricom airtime, courtesy of Safaricom Home Fiber. So tell us, and Selfa, who's making things happen in the back end, will tell us who those two are, and we'll give that to you before 7 a.m. Sawa sawa. So let's get it up. We're giving some folks some airtime this morning and keep the talk going. These are the conversations that we have. What better way to push conversations than with Safaricom? To do. All right. Also, let me tell you what we'll be talking about today, even as we get into it. Sawa sawa. We're going to start off our conversation today at 7 a.m. with Dr. Martin Olo. He's an advocate and a political analyst. We're going to take an outlook of the national politics. So things that seem to be a rumbling, whether you're looking into the west of things where political parties who previously folded are saying, how can you do this to us? The same person also happens to be the Prime Cabinet Secretary who folded his party to join Kenya Kwanza. But now he's saying, why can we not just come together? Why must there be a split? Another one also in the West is saying, we are the party, we have representation, we are the ones who should listen. Another one stood on a table yesterday, and before you could say Ghafla Binvu, the crowd was in the thousands.
Yeah.
So people are feeling jitters in the West. Speaking of another West, somebody is going to land into the country.
Yes.
On Thursday.
There will be a mother of what?
The mother of all
peaceful.
And they could be diverted to the West.
They could be diverted to the West. This is very true. All of these things are happening in this vortex of political Kenya at the moment, and more. Whereby there was a PG that took place yesterday, a UDA-ODM parliamentary group meeting. It took place. They are telling us that it ended in shambles. People did not go. Others went. Others were booed. Others were diverted. Others said that the county government should take control of everything, and they were booed. Hey.
CDF should be taken away.
Education should be taken to the counties.
Let me tell you guys. Ignore the noise.
Ignore the noise, because there's something that's cooking under there.
Yeah, ignore the noise.
We're going to look into that discussion. Focus. We're going to look into that discussion, and Dr. Martin Olo will be here with us to have that, and we'll do that at 7 o'clock. We're going to get into 8 o'clock with a conversation around what is happening with the Wiser Climate Project. Somehow, we seem to forget about that. The climate. You know, they say open the curtains and let the climate in. The climate is around us, and often questions about what we do or what we don't do to protect it. Dr. Philip O. Amingo and Zachary Misiani join us from Wiser Projects Kenya. It's an IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, otherwise known as, this one we say ICPAC. The other one is ISPAC.
Yeah.
So they'll join us at 8 o'clock. We'll have that climate conversation. Let's look into things that matter, shall we? And finally, protecting her privacy. Worrying stories came about how certain schools, certain secondary schools, will do a mandatory pregnancy test when their girls are coming back to school, or that they will insist to find out whether girls are still virgins. Question, and how you do this: are we overstepping rights of students as they go back to school? Should we even be having the conversation about girls in school with the possibility of pregnancy? We should. Is it a problem? It is. But are rights being protected? We'll see. Two people will join us for that conversation. Eunice Kilundo and Josiah Mwandaza will join us. We'll be talking about protecting her privacy, girls' rights in school policies. Those are the conversations that we will have today in the Situation Room. Good morning and welcome already. Like I said, our live streams are up, YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and our audience on KTN. Good morning, everybody. It's going to be a good ride. Buckle up. Here we go. We went to Zambia.
Yes, we went to Zambia, and we established that Zambia is a country that is rich in minerals. You know, we also established that they visited the country, played with our national team, and a lot happened. Good or bad? Good for Kenya, bad for who? For the Zambians. But as we talk about the proverbs that come from this country that is landlocked and borders Tanzania, Malawi, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Namibia, Angola, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, the population is around 20 million people, and gained independence from Britain 24th of October in 1964. And the president, Kenneth Kaunda, served between 1964 to 1991, and the current system is multi-party democracy. Kenya fought for that as well. Okari, were you part of that struggle?
Which struggle?
Multi-party democracy in Kenya.
I was there.
You were there?
Yes, I was.
So you can remember what happened?
I was there when the coup happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were all told to go to some field. All the men to go to some field. And,
stop it. How old were you? All the men go to the field when a coup happened? How old were you?
I was in Dandora.
You were barely out of leading strings. You were like 3 months old, still suckling, weren't you?
I was in Dandora.
Oh, stop it.
Well, I remember. It was terrible. What do you mean?
When did the coup happen?
It happened in 1992.
1982?
Yes, it was.
You were like 3.
He was a man.
Please. I beg God, Jerry, continue.
Okay,
I don't know what this guy is talking about.
So let's go to the proverb today. What you wear is known by the arm. What you wear is known by the arm. Okari, how would you interpret that?
That's the proverb. What you wear
is known by the arm.
Is known by the arm.
Yeah.
What you wear is known by the arm. So I'm wearing my watch today. It's on my left hand, and I have my wedding ring. So my interpretation will be, if anything was to then happen to this hand as a result of what I'm wearing, whether it's going to infect this arm, or if this ring finger then means that there will be a point when it has to be removed because it's small in size now because my fingers have grown fat. But whatever happens to this arm,
wow. Okay.
So whatever happens to this arm, this one will not necessarily be affected.
Yes.
So the effect is on this particular arm.
Yeah.
So that'll be my very basic interpretation, that the effects of anything is what you take on. So, for example, if you, like last evening, my son took some food and then he was vomiting the whole night. Whatever he took, again, affected him. So the result is the body reacts.
Yes.
You know? Yeah.
No. How would you interpret it?
What's going on?
How you interpret it?
I don't know. I think that, sometimes I'm just linking it to like how they say you wear your heart on your sleeve, and that essentially that means is that you put your emotions out there, or you put your thoughts out there, and then I'm connecting it to also just literal imagining that what you put on, whether it has sleeves literally will determine whether you're hot, whether you're cold, whether you're covered, whether you're protected from the elements, or whether you show for something in terms of fashion or grace. What was the proverb again?
What you wear is known by your arm.
What is by your arm, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Because you're going to put it through at some point. You're going to put it through. You'll wear it. It'll be seen somewhere. It'll be seen somehow. I have no idea beyond that.
Yeah, so I look at it in terms of, so like Okari said, you've worn your arm, right? You've worn your arm. You've worn your watch, right? So if it's heavy, it's that arm that will feel how heavy it is. If you wear a lighter watch, it will feel how lighter it is. So it is in terms of what you put in will automatically show. So your true character will come out based off what you take in or what you consume. So pretty much.
Oi, Miss Julie.
Hiyo tutaona watu hapa leo. Utauma ulimi.
Oi, you've given us
people need coffee.
I thought you did.
I see what you did. I see what you did. Well done. Very well done.
Yeah. Coffee is essential.
It's necessary. Right. So, good morning, everybody. Let's greet people as they're coming into the room today. Remember, don't forget to let us know. Remember, don't forget. Wow, how many things can you say together? But I'm telling you, cold is doing things to my brain. But okay, tell us. 2 people will give you 1,000 shillings airtime courtesy of Safaricom Home Fiber. Talk to us and Selfa will weed it out. Oh, remember, you're sending us a message on Facebook. Send us a message on Facebook, tell us that thing, and then we could gift you that 1,000 shillings today. Don Sabo says, good morning. The speaker appears to be protecting some CSs. The state blames Parliament in abating corruption, but the state seems to be the driver. We heard some things coming out of that PG yesterday. How are you, Ndu, Aseto, and Okari?
Salam sana.
Poa.
Ndu, ask Okari, where is the weakest? Okari, where is the weakest?
Where is the weakest?
I think maybe he wanted to say link, but was overtaken by event.
Construct it again now.
Where is the weakest link?
Where?
After he told us about Parliament and the executive and blah blah.
Everyone.
Oh, bus. There we go.
Everyone's weak.
There's your answer. Robert Obogo is tuning this morning from Mombasa. Shaq Bet says, good morning, SpiceFM. Good morning to you. Greetings from Memphis, says Engineer Karaoke. Please confirm our leader is in Japan. Yes, in fact, Mohammed Hussein told us yesterday that he's gone for the TICAD prep conference. So the president is in Japan.
Yeah.
Agutu Ogembo says, good morning, team. Good morning to Bonjour, mes amis, says Michael Olande, tuned in. Good morning, Spice team, following from Mombasa. This is Olo Odhiambo. R says Mpo, and we say, hello, Tuko. Tupo. Either way. Isaac Ali says, good morning, D&D and crew. Keeping Kenya thinking before we start tweeting. Indeed. Listening in this week from Malindi. And thanks for the airtime. You're welcome. Thank you so much for doing that yesterday. Listening to you guys pays off literally. Asante sana. Mwangi Juma is tuned in this morning, Spice family. Hope you all woke up well. Didn't you? And then you say?
We did.
Thanks. Isaac Dorito tuning in from Luxembourg. He says, you can shut the door on a thief, but you cannot do anything to a liar.
True.
Okay. Bonjour to good morning, Agola. Good morning, Agola. Where have you been a couple of days? Like that? You were there yesterday. Didn't see you. He said, Daniel says, good morning, Spice. It seems the president is serious about corrupt members of parliament. It seems. All right.
Seems.
We'll see. We'll talk about that at 7, won't we? Chachi K says, good morning, tuning from Naivasha. 7 hours from Naivasha to Kinale. I think you meant Kitale or something else. Is T next to N on the keyboard? It's not. But anyway. Is there a place called Kinale in Kenya?
Kinale?
I know Kitale. I don't know.
It must be Kitale, but okay, sawa. Such an unreliable mode of transport. How did you travel?
Oh, there is actually.
Kinale?
Yeah.
Oh, where's Kinale?
There is.
Where is it?
Kinale is around Kijabe area.
Okay. 7 hours from Naivasha to Kinale near Kijabe?
Getting to Kijabe
from Naivasha.
Use the other route. From inside, using my Mahi route.
Literally is an hour.
A104, yeah.
Literally is an hour, I would imagine. Okay. Maybe he can explain. So no.
Yeah.
All right. Tibbs Mookie says, good morning. Good morning to you. Kakasa says, an old listener, first time commenter, would like to hear my name butchered. Did I get it wrong? Kakasa. All right. Well, it's good to have you here. Thank you for commenting for the first time. We love it when the silent listeners come out and say good morning. Thank you so much for doing that. And thank you for being part of the show this morning as we get into it. Chris Maura says good morning. A cold and rainy morning. We thank the Lord Almighty. Yes, we do. Eric Orr, good morning, guys. It's most certainly apparent that Putin is a master in geopolitical chess games. Look at Trump. He's back at the drawing board yet again. Yeah. I have to agree. I think Putin is the master political chess player.
True.
Absolutely. General Issa Mavenge says, good morning from Diani, locked in Kabisa. Good morning to you, Stanley Ngasha, tuned in from Juja. Us farmers are very grateful for the rains here in Nairobi. So, no, it was getting a bit dry, wasn't it? Kuri Sami says, good morning at the Situation Room team. Thank you for being here. Dr. Venvik is tuned in from Tudor. Jennifer Atenyi says, good morning, dear all. Good morning to you, Jennifer. Good morning, Spice, tuned in from Riyadh in Kisumu. I've been there this morning. Blessed Tuesday, Team Spice. Asante Sana. Testing mic 1 2 3. Yeah, that was Dennis Okari, but it is working. Mr. Ganira says, good morning, Team Spice from a chilly Nairobi. At this rate, we need hot tea piped directly into our houses.
Oh yeah, just like the
from the pipe, you just
put you know, we are getting chapati machines. So
the chapati machine has not come.
The chai machine as well would be good.
Why has the chapati machine not come? That's a question.
Oh,
right. Just don't worry, it's okay. Hussein Kelvin says, good morning. President is busy talking corruption. MPs' food is being taken from them. NGCDF and Saudi MPs is coming back strong. Yes, we'll hear them speaking very soon. Mutuflani, good morning, DND. Okari, question for you.
Yes.
Was the president angry about A, the anti-money laundering bill passing? B, the bribes that passed it? Or C, the bribes not reaching the MPs? Can we know the briber's name?
None of the above.
You've picked D.
Yeah.
It wasn't an option, but it's okay.
Yes.
All right. Good morning, D&D. August weather is Julying. Mkwama, good morning to you. Do I say your name right, Mkwama? It's a beautiful name. Mutuflani and Mkwama are greeting each other. Wanaongea vile wali misiana. All right. Ken Kagai says, Hola Spicers, ¿cómo está? Good morning to you. My morning addiction, asante sana. Sokoine Olepunda. All right. Tuning from Narok. The rain needs to be devolved to Turkana. All right. Soldier Boy, good morning, Team Spice. Warm greetings from us here in Atlanta. Thank you so much. Charles Oduor, good morning to you. And Karibu Sana, welcome into the room. Listening to Morning Spice makes me feel more spicy. Eldoret is listening. Asante. Agola is asking, is Gachagua landing soon? Yes. By Sambilia Subui. No. By Sa Sita on Thursday. Okay, you guys are greeting each other, no problem. Can we see you? Isa, we see you as well. You're asking, how will they check if the boys in school are also virgins? I know that's a good question. Nairobi 2011, good morning, great day ahead. Zachary Odio says, good morning, DND. R.A. Rao and WSR have opted to tell Parliament the truth, the painful truth, as though they didn't know it. Okay, sawa. Yes, Tiny Village, Proverbs every day. We won't go away from them. Pan-African Kenyan is tuned in this morning from Kipchirchirstan. All right. We see you. I am the current politician, and you're reminding the voters today's proverb. Bwangi Juma, we see you as well. Richard Odera is tuned in from Mikindani in Mombasa. It's a group of champions, not a group of death. Indeed. Isaac Tuwe is also tuned in this morning from Overland Park in Kansas. And he says, FIFA is recruiting 65,000 volunteers across the 3 countries of the USA, Canada, and Mexico from the globe. You can apply. I don't know how you reach, but okay. Of course, he's referring to the FIFA World Cup, which is going to take place across 3 countries. So we're looking into that. Young Jedi is tuned in this morning. Hope Mko Salama. Yes. Sam Ombewa is tuned in this morning. Your arms show that you are what you are capable of, indeed. Omao, bonjour, Ndu, Dennis, and Aseto. Abere Bethwell is tuned in this morning. Where? You guys see Mko Wengi. Ben Yahweh is tuned in this morning. I know, we'll give you the headlines in just a little bit. Alex Mwai says, West Pokot, Nawapata clearly. Tuned in from Port Florence is Ivan Omondi. Levi Jones is tuned in from Victoria in Australia. And Afropedia says, good morning. Joseph Gemma is here. King Dave, good morning, sir. Chapati machines, it has gone to be registered. Oh, okay, sawa. Itakuja. Third try was a charm. Hakasa says, got the name right. Thank you so much. Peter Kiarie says, good morning. Tune in from Mombasa. Never regret having a good heart. All things come back multiplied. I agree. Wenzel Dashington, we see you. Good morning. Martino says, there's an earthquake in Kirinyaga and Embu at 11 o'clock today. Pan-African Kenyan, we see you. Good morning. And Digats, buenos dias, amigos. Best morning show for me that I never miss. I love that you cover pertinent content and substance affecting the common Kenyan. Keep going. Gatuna from Puliap in Washington State. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us every morning. We do this. We take the time to say good morning to everybody because we don't take it for granted that you join into these conversations, that we can all learn something and put the information front and center. So karibuni sana kila mtu. As we look into the headlines this morning, guess where I'm going to start? On Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. The headline there, glaring. Excuse me. Worst ever speakers is what the headline is today. President William Ruto has once again broken his silence to lash out at Parliament, where the leaders of Moses Wetangula and Amason Kingi, the leadership rather of Moses Wetangula and Amason Kingi is coming under sharp scrutiny. The 2 speakers stand accused of abandoning impartiality, presiding over corruption, tainted chambers, and surrendering the House to the highest bidder. Far from defending the people they represent, critics say Wetangula and Kingi are fast cementing their place among the most underwhelming speakers in Kenya's history. Boom, 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 boom. Stage loses boys as girls dominate festival. You've been following the national music and drama festivals that have been taking place. It seems that the girls are shining, actually doing a very good job. Vehicles used to smuggle goods to be handed to the state, says a judge. If we find that goods are smuggled and we find the vehicle is yours, you'll be prosecuted by the state. So, officers deny witnessing Rashid shoot 2 youth. Of course, there's an inquest that is continuing. We look into that. Police officers accused of shooting. Ruto now vows arrest of MPs collecting bribes. We know that you're collecting a bribe. You arrest you. Why are you laughing?
Why didn't they arrest them yesterday?
There was something in your throat. Okay,
Yeah.
Sorry, don't be angry. Your friend Nancy Kathungo has now flagged GDC for 30. Sorry, allow me to slow down. Audit flags GDC for 344 million shilling ghost software. Now, naturally, software, you can't really see it, Abby. You just know that it's working in the background. So now these guys said, we'll show you. Even the software that you cannot see, we'll make it a ghost. To the amount of 344 million shillings. And you say, what is GDC? The Geothermal Development Company is on the spot over failure to utilize monitoring software acquired for more than a decade ago. So it was bought, it was kept maybe somewhere in the plant. Have they used it? No. So the Auditor General is asking, why did you buy it? And did it cost 344 million shillings? You have a case to answer.
A software costing 344
million, yeah.
Right. And then you never used it. You know.
So it just remained, I'm assuming, in either that link or that flash drive. It's just chilling, or the hard drive, yeah. Yeah. Is it even working today?
Is it there? You're asking, is it working? Is it there? What's a ghost?
It was to
What is a ghost? Have you seen a ghost?
Yeah.
How do you see a ghost?
Exactly.
By the way, it's a ghost software.
Exactly. How do you see a ghost?
The thing is this. When this software, it was for NASA.
Which NASA?
To go to the moon.
Oh.
For us to go to the moon or what?
Geothermal. It was to do the Neri. Well, we'll tell you in just a minute. How about we look into that story? We come back in just a bit. Cracks in Raila's party widen as Sifuna and Babu skip the UDA ODM talks.
Are you surprised?
I'm not surprised, actually. Now, you guys, I'm confused. And also, apparently, this headline is also confused. Confusion as Shah shuts all regional offices. Just when you thought it was safe to get out of the water, they said, even now, where you want to come and find us to get information, tunafunga. You know, there's a governor in Kericho. He has been impeached.
For a second.
Rather, he's to face Senate in second impeachment attempt. They've now said impeached. Now he's going back to Senate to see if Senate will uphold or convict. So things are happening, I'm telling you. Crazy. Hiya. Mr. Aseto, over to you, man.
Yeah. Tunde kwa Deadly Nation. And here we have UDA, Raila MPs meeting fallout. The inaugural joint meeting of ruling coalition, the ODM MPs, was marred by controversy after President Ruto and ODM leader Raila Odinga put the lawmakers on the defensive. The president, for the third time, publicly condemned the bribery in parliament, vowing to have corrupt MPs arrested, while Raila insisted legislators shouldn't run CDF kitty. With the poisoned environment, the forum ended prematurely. So ulikuja mkutano haikuendelea because members of parliament waliitwa wao ni corrupt people number one, na pia CDF iondolewe, wakasema Mr. unajiongelesha. Now, youngsters who are driving Harambe's Chan campaign. Now we have Austin Odhiambo, Sylvester Owino, Byron, Omondi, Ryan Ogam, and Mansour Suleiman. And patients stranded abroad after 30-day sharp pay freeze. Ailing Kenyans can't access Social Health Authority cash. 30-day sharp freeze. You can't access healthcare. And uko maju. Now, what awaits Gachagua on return from US tour? As we know so far, it is mother of what? All peaceful
protest march. Oh, march. I'm not quite sure if it was a march or a protest.
And a month's search for Chinese father ends in sadness. While growing up, Brian Lian persistently asked his mother about his father, but she kept the secret to herself. A breakthrough would come years later after Lian graduated from university, except the joy for the 25 years old finding his father would be short-lived. Baba yake yako China, yeye yuko Kenya, hawapatani. Imekuwa ni shida kidogo. Okari, uko na nini hapo?
Okay, so I have the Star, and on the headlines, how counties' new medical equipment will be bankrolled. There's a picture there of Medical Services PS Omoluga. There's Kwale Governor Fatuma Chani and President William Ruto, Wajir Governor Med Abdullahi, and Bungoma's Kenneth Lusaka, who've been shown how a dialysis machine works. During the flagging of 14 CT scanners, 2 ultrasound machines, 30 dialysis machines, and so on and so forth. Counties will pay for the equipment, though, through SHA, based on actual usage.
Okay.
Yes. So let's look at other stories in the inside. So there's a story here. Scientists warn land is dying and only food revolution can save it. This is the story of Kajiado. And ex-soldier gets 25 million for sacking after Somalia raid. This is a very interesting one. A gentleman called Moses Etiang boarded a military vehicle on a routine patrol in Afmado in Somalia. This happened in 2014. He had no idea. He had no idea. Nibaridi. Nibaridi. So he had no idea it would change his life. The vehicle was ambushed and overturned. He was violently flung against its metal frame. Etiang walked away with what were dismissed as minor soft tissue injuries to his head, no scans, no hospital stay, just basic first aid. He was told to suck it up and get back to duty. In the months that followed, however, something inside him began to unravel. He suffered memory lapses and confusion. The fog wouldn't lift. By the time he returned to Nyali Barracks in 2015, Etiang was no longer the man he once had been. His health deteriorated, and so did his ability to serve. Instead of receiving medical care or support, he was labeled insubordinate, charged with malingering, and locked in the brig for 42 days before being dishonorably discharged by the KDF the same year. It cited a vague clause of, in quotes, services no longer required. Now, more than a decade since the accident, Court of Appeal on July 31st awarded Etiang 25 million in damages. Justice delayed sometimes is not necessarily justice denied.
Indeed.
Good story there. Then there's a story here about the Auditor General. Political parties wasting millions. You read these things, it just depresses you, It just depresses you because there's a new audit of political parties that has exposed a troubling pattern of financial mismanagement, weak internal controls, and blatant disregard for the law. So Auditor General Nancy Gadongo, in a review covering the financial year ending 30th, 2024, has exposed how millions in taxpayer funds were squandered. She cites inaccurate record keeping, unsupported expenditures, and systemic failures in accountability as dotting the party's books of accounts. The review scrutinized the financial statements of 45 political parties. How many parties?
45.
Unajua ngapi? Around maybe 6, 7.
That you know for real.
For real, eh? Uncovering discrepancies amounting to 10.2 billion.
What?
10.2 billion.
Okay.
Yes. To political parties. From the financial statements, only 16 were covered.
Out of 42.
So these inaccuracies range from unreconciled cash flows variances to misstatements in the statement of financial positions and budget execution reports. There's a list of so many parties that have been there. I will not go into those details with how each party then has given misstatements and they can't properly account for a lot of money. Wiper Party, 35 million. KANU, 10 million. Chama cha Kazi, 4.1 million. Na Kenya, 1.2 million, and so on and so forth.
So what's the story here? That so they've misused funds. We know that there's certain, let's call it revenue share of money for political parties that comes from essentially the treasury. But apart from that, I'm guessing that the money is members' fees, right?
Members' fees. No, it's taxpayers' money.
It's taxpayers' money.
All of the money that political
it's
parties,
taxpayers' money.
all of the money that political parties have for expense comes from the exchequer.
So this is what happens. How it works? There's a under the Political Parties Act. The political party, there's a political parties fund.
Yes.
So in this case, how the distribution is done, 70% goes, which is the lion's share, and in this case goes to UDA, ODM,
yes, the largest
and
parties.
Jubilee, those three. So the 70% is shared based on the number of votes a party gets.
Got it.
Okay, in the general election. The 30% is shared now based on the number of elected leaders and other inclusivity factors. All right. So in practice, those three big parties get the lion's share, while smaller parties then rarely get anything, and that has always been.
That's always been the case.
Yes. So the cost then to taxpayers, the findings in this case are casting a spotlight on the financial governance of political entities that receive public funding. This is taxpayers' money, raising serious concerns about transparency and misuse of state resources.
But my question is, you talk about 45 parties.
Yes.
We already know that about between 3 to 5 parties get 70% of this amount.
Yes.
So essentially, that 40 or so parties are then sharing 30%.
Yes.
And they still mismanage that money?
Yes. Yeah. They still do. Mismanaged to the level of, we're looking at 1.2 all the way to what? All the way to 37 million. So the bigger the party, the more money you're mismanaging.
Of course.
And the whole idea behind this kitty was essentially to promote democracy among these parties, so that then you don't have parties owned by the rich people running the show and running the country.
I get
so
it.
this was to create a level playing field, so that all these other parties can come, and at least you can get something to manage and run the affairs of the party.
Okay.
So the idea is legit and the idea is good. So the problem then is, because of how corruption is in this country, I'm looking at areas of priority and I'm thinking, we have issues in hospitals, we have issues in schools.
Yeah.
Is this really at the moment a priority?
No, it's not. Because then again, you look at political parties and you find that members, especially those who've been elected, contribute to the kitty pretty much for them to be in there. So you find the ODM MPs, there's money that they're deducted every month.
Yes.
And that would cut across all these political parties.
Exactly.
If you remember, there is some deductions that you have to pay. So question is, if they are misusing that which they're given by the taxpayers, how much more are they misusing that is being contributed by their members?
A lot. You know, it's the foreign idea here is what you're trying to avoid. You're trying to reduce corruption risks by then, in theory, giving these parties taxpayers' money, public funds, all right? And then what this will do, it will reduce any external influence.
Yes.
Right.
So you have illicit money that can come in. You've got shady donors who can come in. In the United States, we know of pharmaceutical companies that actually put in money because there is a certain agenda they have. So the idea here was so that there is no influence. But in Kenya, you don't even need that influence.
No.
You don't even need any.
No, actually,
you don't even need it.
You don't.
But pesa imepotea.
Yeah.
Can I tell you the story?
Yes, please.
President William Ruto vows arrest of MPs collecting bribes, but the question is, will he walk the talk? President William Ruto has once again turned guns on Parliament, accusing it of allowing corruption to thrive at a time several MPs have complained about lethargic leadership that is failing to lead the House in discharging its constitutional mandate as the electorate's watchdog. The matter now brings to question the record of speakers of Parliament, Moses Wetangula of the National Assembly and Amason Kingi of the Senate, who have been accused of bias. The president fell all but short of just saying exactly that yesterday. According to the law, a speaker oversees the orderly flow of business and further ensures that the House observes parliamentary rules and traditions, both written and unwritten. The speaker must interpret the rules impartially to maintain order and to defend the rights and privileges of its members. However, from calling it out for allowing extortion to flourish in parliamentary committees to ending corruption and other sleazy practices, the president said Parliament should put an end to all corrupt practices. He did not spell out how this is going to be done, nor mention who bears ultimate responsibility for ensuring order among elected members. Ruto acknowledged that there is a problem in both the National Assembly and Senate, which he said must be sorted out. In addition to now cautioning that those implicated in extortion will be brought to book. First of all, your house is a mess. That's what he basically said yesterday. He's looking at Parliament, and we know that there are two houses in Parliament. There's the National Assembly and there's Senate. He was not taking any prisoners yesterday, and he said, look, you guys, there's a mess. You need to figure it out. And this would be the second week in a row that he's mentioned this. Last week, what did he say during the devolution conference? That we know that committees are asking the executive for bribes. Now, when you say the executive, of course, we're dealing with cabinet members here, right? Those are cabinet secretaries. We know that committees, you guys need to stop it. This is the second week now that he's revisited that issue more or less, but he's taken it a step further and he said, we will arrest you. The law will come into place here. So it's turned out to be a Ruto versus members of Parliament. And then you want to ask a couple of questions. President William Ruto said the place of leadership is almost sacred. Nobody becomes a leader by chance or default or by mistake. He said leaders must take responsibility to change the nation. He said committees are a vital organ, a tool or organ in the working processes of legislators. Without committees, the proceedings of a legislator could grind to a halt for the sheer volume of activities that would have to be considered at plenary. Committees are agents which enable legislators to organize and perform numerous activities simultaneously and expeditiously. They deal with matters as reviewing legislation, and reviewing and approving budgets and expenditure. They scrutinize governance activities, policies and programs. Committees are an efficient way of running the business of the House. So he said, this is what it's supposed to do, but you people are muddying the waters with all this nonsense that you're doing of asking and taking bribes. And he said it must stop. It's like a bad taste in his mouth. We need to stop it. Not just in his mouth, but even according to the law. And he went on to say, you know what? Arrest is in the books for you if you continue doing this thing. I'm tired.
You know, one would say that the president has so much talk and nothing much to show for what he says, because if he says that he's aware, what stops him from arresting these people anyway? Because the law has been broken. But then again, let's just go back. When you talk about the law and things that have been broken down, let's talk about his son in the Matatu sector flouting the traffic rules every day. Has his son been arrested? No. Let's talk about NTSA, and we talk about the conflict of interest and how he's involved in it. His family, is he also on the chopping board? No. Let's talk about the church and the 1.2 billion shillings and also the donation that we saw happening. He says, we will stop donating. What did we see? He went against his own word. Is he arrested? No. Let's talk about empowerment, the source of these. Is there any explanation to that? Has he been arrested? No. We talk about Chan. It's good that he's giving out the money, but where's the source of that money? Can he explain? No. We're talking about the Finance Bill 2024, when that was happening and these members of parliament were being given bribes for them to be able to pass that. And it was said that this money was coming from where? State House. Has he been arrested? No. In short, the president is speaking.
People to be arrested.
So if it's about arrest, let it start from his own backyard.
Interesting, reminding us of all this. There is something, when you watch a magic show, there is something a magician will always do when they're doing their tricks.
Yeah.
When we were kids, we were all thinking these are like gods. Like, how can they do that?
Yeah.
It's witchcraft. It's this, it's that, it's superpowers. It's nothing like superpowers. It's just a trick.
Yeah.
And what makes the trick then successful is something magicians call misdirection. Okay? So misdirection, or the concept of whataboutism, is deflect or make people focus on something, on what's going on with this one, and I'm doing this. You focus on this. But this other hand is inside my pocket. It's doing something else. So your eye will be trained to look at this hand, but the other hand is doing something else. Now, the thing is this. The whole point he was making here, and I want us guys to look at this very, very keenly. Because you said this is the second time he's bringing these up after the devolution. So, he said Ruto accused some MPs of collecting money on behalf of Parliament. Okay, a move that is tainting the image of the institution that ideally should be representing the people and legislating. And he said, let me ask you MPs seated here. Do you, for example, know that a few members of your committee collected 10 million so that you could pass the law on anti-money laundering? Did you get the money? Yes, there are people who are destroying the credibility of Parliament. So if we just look at that alone, because that is the entry point. You know how they say in journalism, you want to do a story, find the entry point to the story, then highlight the bigger issue. If you look at the entry point to this story, is this committee. Now, if you dig, because he's not mentioning names, he mentioned that there is a committee that collected 10M, okay?
Yes.
Now, let's look at the composition of
collected 10M per member.
Well, he said 10 million.
Oh, he did say 10
million.
Right.
So that now MPs can pass this bill. Now, we look at the composition of this committee. The chairperson is Murugara George Gitonga. He's MP Tharaka constituency under UDA party. The vice chairperson is none other than Honorable Mutuse.
Okay.
The one.
Okay. That's the vice chair.
All right.
MCCP party. Then we look at now the members. We are from UDA party. Gladys Boss.
Oh, okay.
Is in that committee.
This one that took 10 million.
I'm reading the.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm not saying they took.
Okay.
The president who said the committee took.
Committee.
Yeah? So I'm just reading the names. Then you've got Honorable Francis Kajwang Tom Joseph, MP Ruaraka constituency, ODM party. Then you've got Honorable Tiende Amolo, Rarieda constituency, ODM party. Then Honorable Mushira Michael Mwangi, UDA party. Honorable Makali John Okwisia, Ford Kenya. Honorable Mogaka Stephen, UDA party. CPS Huleka Hulbale Harun, MP nominated, UDM party. Then you've got Honorable Malim Farah, Dadaab constituency, WM party. Onyego Silvanas Osoro, UDA party. Honorable Wetangula Timothy Wanyonyi, Westlands constituency, ODM party. Honorable Mushangi Karemba, Runyenjo's constituency, UDA party. Honorable Aden Daoud, Jubilee Party, Wajir East constituency. Then you've got Honorable Siad Amina, Garissa Township, Jubilee Party. Now, the president did not drop names. He said, and this is quoting in verbatim, let me ask you, MP seated here, do you, for example, know that a few members of your committee collected 10 million? So, the names I've just mentioned are the ones that the president is directing this statement to. They collected 10M. So that the House can pass that law on anti-money laundering. Did you get the money? That's what he asked. Meaning, they received the money on behalf of Parliament to disburse this money. I want you guys to read this statement keenly. See, he's accusing their members who are receiving money on behalf of Parliament. And that's why you've got on the headline of the Standard, the two speakers. So these guys received the money, and essentially this money was supposed to be distributed. So Ruto is asking, did you receive the money?
So they didn't answer the question.
They didn't answer the question. So when he's talking about going now to make arrests, we expect the names I've just mentioned. A few of these people then should be arrested. That will be the expectation, because he said they should be arrested. So who is it going to be?
Is it the first time the president is making this, though? Even after DevCon, I think it's like the third time he's actually bringing this up. Nothing has really happened.
If I'm the president, what I will do, I'll sit down with my advisors. You know your ratings are low. You know things are not okay. So what do? You have to finally try and make some things happen and shake some things. Meaning, the people who will be sacrificed. For the greater good.
If anything, the president is shaking it up, and he's not being lackluster in terms of what he's saying here, and there's no doubt in his words. The question is that, will anything actually happen? Or will, miraculously, people then stop taking bribes? So is bribe season over? And that's the thing. He's not lackluster in his words. Will we see action that's not lackluster as well? Conversations, we'll go into this at 7 o'clock with Dr. Martin Lowe. We'll be back after this. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Spice up your
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. Confusion has gripped thousands of first-year university students, or rather should I say confusion continues to grip thousands of first-year university students and their parents as the government's recently announced review of tuition fees, expected to cut costs by between 15 and 40%, is yet to reflect in many institutions' fee structures. Although the Ministry of Education assured that the adjustments had been finalized, most universities are still unable to provide clear details on the revised fees, leaving many students uncertain about how much they are required to pay as admissions for new learners begin this week. Education Cabinet Secretary Migos Ogambo confirmed that the ministry has shared the necessary data with universities, noting that the process of uploading the new fee structure on student portals was still ongoing and would probably be done by the end of today.
On Friday, the data got ready. This is now the time the feeding of that data started. And perhaps in a number of universities, that has not yet been completed. And that probably is where you're having this confusion, where students are saying we are not seeing the change yet in the portals of our particular institutions or their particular student portals. Remember, and I can't say this enough, the purpose of the student-centered model is to ensure that every student who deserves support from the government gets it. And we are determined to ensure that we carry that through.
President William Ruto is set to arrive in Japan to attend the 9th Tokyo International Conference on African Development, that is TICAD 9 in Yokohama. According to State House spokesperson Hussein Mohammed, Japan's long-standing partnership with Kenya has grown to more than 600 billion Kenya shillings, making Kenya the largest recipient of Japanese aid in Africa. The discussions will center on major infrastructure projects such as Mombasa's port expansion, Mombasa Port Area Road development, and the Dongokundu Special Economic Zone. If you can note, earlier this year, sometime in February, Ruto had also visited Japan. Now, President William Ruto has announced that the government will arrest all those involved in bribery in Parliament to persuade MPs and senators to pass bills. The president cited the 10 million he claims was given to ensure the passage of the money laundering bill.
A few members of your committee collected 10 million shillings so that you could pass that law on anti-money laundering. Did you get the money? So going forward, si tunataka tukubaliane, si we are one team. Yes, there are people who are destroying the credibility of Parliament, and they are collecting money in the name of Parliament. And some of the time, or most of the time, that money never gets to Parliament, it gets to a few people. We are not going to shame them. We are going to arrest them.
ODM leader Raila Odinga, on his part, has said that the practice of MPs engaging in bribery to pass important bills in Parliament is jeopardizing investment and economic growth.
Lobbying is a different thing from extortion. From extortion, that members of Parliament should not be soliciting funds. Because you see, listen to me, the environment that we are creating here in this country is very, very hostile to investments.
As to whether we are going to be a progressive nation or we are going to be a failed state, is going to be determined by leaders, by us, the people who are sitting here. Malaysia and Kenya were the same 60 years ago. But today, we play in different leagues. They have managed to progress to the first world. We are still where we are.
National Assembly Minority Leader Junnat Mohammed has defended MPs against allegations of corruption.
But you know, the people who are lobbying are from outside Parliament. They are not inside. They come here, they hover around with the corridors of Parliament. It's an internationally accepted standard of parliamentary work, Your Excellency. Lobbying. This other one you have talked about is alien to us. I have never seen that one in my I've never seen.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We're coming around to 9 minutes after 7 o'clock on this Tuesday, the 19th of August. And as we get into a number of conversations this morning, we're going to keep talking. That's one thing that we will do. And to keep conversations going for you, Safaricom has said 1,000 shillings. We're giving that to 2 people between the hours of 6 and 7 o'clock. And that's because you kicked in to say hello. Cynthia says, I love to listen to the Situation Room because it's Kenya's biggest conversation. Hakuna mapendeleo. Okay. And frequency 102.5 from Kisumu Iko Fiti. Cynthia in Kisumu, 1,000 shillings of airtime for you. And the Kapkuria and Cheptalat Situation Room is the program. All the conversation is so encouraging, entertaining, and updating us in news. And we're streaming live online here from Konoin in Bomet County. Thank you, SpiceFM. So also for you, 1,000 shillings, Cape Courier, courtesy of Safaricom Home Fiber. We'll get the details to you of your 1,000 shillings. 2 more, we'll give it up today, this morning. Talk to us. Tell us what need you would be fulfilling if you had Safaricom Home Fiber. Tell us what that is. Send us a message on Facebook. And it could be you that Selfa will pick today, courtesy of Safaricom Home Fiber. Another 1,000 shillings in airtime for 2 more people this morning. So let's do that while Dennis actually tells us why we need to connect to Safaricom Home Fiber.
Oh, the reason is very, very simple. You get to enjoy not just reliable internet connectivity, but if you are a new customer, well, Safaricom Home Fiber internet connection is going to be the deal for you. Why? You get double the speeds for 25% discount for any of the packages you will decide to pick. If you want to get the bronze, the silver, gold, or even the diamond plans, you get 25% discount. Now, the thing is, the welcome package includes a free router and 0 installation fee wherever you are. All you simply need to do is dial *400# or visit my Safaricom app to get connected today. This offer, let me repeat, is valid to new customers only. And we have 12 days, like the 12 days of Christmas left.
Oh, there you go.
To the 31st of August.
Tomorrow you're going to have to sing the days.
No, you will sing the song. Well, feels good to be home with Safaricom Home Fiber.
Indeed it does. And also you have to ask the question this morning that what are you doing with your future? Now is actually your time, your money, your goals, and your legacy. Offering a comprehensive approach to managing your finances, meeting both your current lifestyle needs and your future aspirations. So whether you're thinking about starting a portfolio or streamlining your assets, the advice is personalized, strategic, and tailored to where you are in life. And I get it. When you've worked hard to build something, trust and security become everything. You want a partner who's not just competent but consistent, someone who protects what matters and helps you grow it. And that's what you get with Standard Chartered, a solid, trusted partner who understands wealth isn't just about money, it's about the people and values and futures behind it. So today, email wealth.ke@sc.com to begin your journey, because your time is now. And now is the time for us to get into a number of conversations. We'll do that this morning. Dr. Martin Olo is here with us this morning and looking into a lot of analysis in terms of what's happening. We're taking a look into the nation. Before we get into it, Okari, good morning.
Morning to you, Ndo, and Dennis and my good friend here. I think you must have too many Dennises here.
Yes.
And that's by design, eh? Good. It's nice to have, thank you for having me this morning.
Well, thank you for coming this morning.
Good morning.
And even as we get into it, Dennis is going to welcome you to the show with today's proverb. He'll tell you where it's from, and we'd love to get your interpretation of this one.
Thank you.
Yeah, so today we are in Zambia, a country in the southern part of the continent, and it's a landlocked country and bordered by 8 countries. Which countries we're talking about? Tanzania, Malawi, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Namibia, Angola, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. When we talk about the population, we're talking about 20 million people, and when we talk about politics, the current system is multi-party democracy. We asked Okari whether he was there during the multi-party struggle in the country. Says he was there in Dandora at 3 years old and he saw everything.
No, that was during the coup.
That was the coup.
The coup. 82.
Yes, 82. Yeah, so
he was 3 years old. Huh? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell him where I was, but not now.
All right, so let's go to the proverb. What you wear is known by the arm. What you wear is known by the arm. How would you interpret that?
The arm meaning the...
Yes.
Yeah, okay. What you wear is determined?
Is known by
the arm. Basically, this is what you'd say an image of what a person is. So depending on your approach to life or attitude to life, you will either put on a good band, a good bangle, or a very expensive watch. So that will tell us what you think you are, what your value is. Yeah.
Yeah, wow, okay. Struggle with that one. So it's good to have an analyst coming to the room every now and then. It's necessary to do. Well, thank you so much for that. We're going to take a look into the nation, take a magnifying glass to what's going on and what's happening at the moment, and then what it could be interpreted to be, and how then this poses for the country. So last week, in a way that hasn't been done for a while from the president, he was very clear about his position when it came to how members of parliament and parliament as a whole, both houses, conduct themselves. And we heard from him for the first time in many months that, you know what, I've heard that committees of parliament are taking bribes for decisions to go in certain ways. And this cannot be the case, that you're supposed to be the house that upholds representation, upholds legislation, and upholds oversight. You cannot be the one then who has your hands in the cookie jar. So after DevCon, we then came to this week, yesterday more specifically, where there was a UDA and ODM parliamentary group meeting, where again, given an opportunity, he was a little bit more deliberate in his caution, and he said, this has to stop. You cannot be the one making the law and breaking the law at the same time. You cannot be the one to be seen to be complicit in this kind of behavior. He then went on to say there will be consequences for what you do. And he basically said to the speakers, your houses are a mess. Clean it up. And then your members, if they're he now mentioned amounts. 10 million was the amount that he mentioned, and said, look, they cannot continue like this. Was it necessary, or was it time that the president spoke in this manner?
Well, I think that, and I think we've said it on this show, that this presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness. I've said it that it exerts pain, and this presidency also brings reality to bear. Now, we are talking about corruption, and who better to speak about this than the president himself? You've heard that for the impeachment to go through, MPs took bribes. Where did they take the bribes from? So it is on record that MPs are taking bribes, and it's on record that it takes two to tango. Sometimes it's the executive that is encouraging MPs to take bribes, and sometimes it's the legislature itself, dangling the bribery card. So having said that, I think what is critical for us to accept is that we are a country in which corruption is rife. That has come on admission of not just the president himself, but even, I don't know if it's the head of opposition or the head of the other side of government, Raila Odinga, So both of them are saying that there is a problem. We are also being told, and I think this is an argument that the former prime minister has been pushing, that the CDF kitty, it's itself a symptom of corruption. Of course, you've seen the Auditor General's report saying that 4.1 billion cannot be accounted for. So essentially, you are having people who are supposed to be giving oversight to the executive, also meddling down on issues of implementation, and in a manner that does not promote accountability. So it's true, corruption is a problem in the country. It is a problem in the legislature. It is a problem in the judiciary. It is a problem in the executive. So the government has to face its a problem. That, and government has both three arms, because when you are fighting with the legislature, your executive, they can even impeach you. if you push them too hard. When you're fighting with the judiciary, it can even sanction you if you're pushing it too hard. So what we are dealing with here is that the three arms of government are all coming sharply into question, sharply into the public eye, and being challenged to prove that they might be, I'm just saying they might be beyond reproach as Caesar's wife, which in this case, they are not. And they come a crop on it. So it's a case of a pot calling the kettle black.
You're saying the president is calling out members of parliament where he could be in the same pot as well?
Because the circumstances around which MPs are taking bribes have also been associated with the impeachment process, which was driven by the executive. So here we are saying they are taking bribes to oversight, but there are also claims that they took bribes to impeach. Yeah.
And the move of that motion is in that committee that he was actually pinpointing for this, for passing of this bill.
Absolutely. So that it is not strange for anybody to either use their money to defeat a law that could be coming against them, or to use their money to introduce that which they want. So when you want to have a law that's favorable to you, you're a business, you're maybe a company that's selling, I don't want to say a product, but maybe a product that you would think that without that kind of law, you will be out of business. You will use your power, and that has happened, whether you're talking about tobacco, whether you're talking about alcohol, whatever it is. That has happened in the past. So we are being told what we know is happening. But the beauty is that we are being told from the top, from the State House itself, that actually people are eating. Waswahili wanasema pwaguzi nakutana na pwagu nakutana na pwaguzi. Yeah. So this is a game of people who know and people who are very familiar with it. Remember, the president himself has said he was in parliament for 15 years. Yeah. So he knows. Yeah.
So
and he has been the deputy president for 10 years. So he knows.
So why say it out in public in this manner? 2 weeks running. He had an opportunity at DevCon last week. He said it. He's come out and said it at the PG yesterday. Why? If this is it's the thing that everybody knows that happens and that has never really gotten a punch in terms of trying to get rid of it. But why say it now?
This is what I was saying when we started, and I was saying that where are things? And I was saying things are falling in place. They are not falling apart, they're falling in place. When the executive begins to take on the legislature, they have taken on the senators for unnecessarily harassing governors. They are taking on the National Assembly for taking bribes. Here, things are falling in place. Politics is falling in place, and we want to begin to see what 2027 will look like. Just because, one, you want to make sure that you don't carry liabilities with you. So, if an MP is a liability, dump them, and make sure that you put on a machine that will kick them out of the assembly. If a senator is a problem, dump them, deal with them. So, this is politics at its best. Preparing for the groundwork in 2027.
So I'm hearing you, Dr. say that as much as there is all this talk about fighting corruption, because it's not the first time we're hearing the president talk about corruption. He's mentioned it before, and even if you listen to his earlier statements when it was during Harambe to Taacha Mambo Harambe, he went back to it. When you talk about even the conflict of interest bill that was signed, the members of parliament taking that. But let's go back to the Finance Bill 2024. For that bill to pass, we are being told that members of parliament were given money for that bill to pass. And reports get to us that they came from the house on the hill. So here now, when you talk about now fighting corruption, it is not because there is any intention to fight corruption, but because it is a political chess being played in readiness for 2027?
Absolutely. And this is why I was saying that this government never campaigned on the promise of zero tolerance to corruption. Remember? Never, that was not an issue. Do they want to make it an issue for 2027? Absolutely, yes. Why? Because this is one thing that has marred their image. So how do you do it? You start by fighting. Who do you fight? Fight both the people you know and imaginary people, so that you are seen as a champion of corruption. Remember, even for Raila, he's been touted as a champion of anti-corruption, but his dalliance with the UDA seems to suggest that he doesn't care about corruption. So what do? Reinvent yourself. Make corruption an issue. Make it an agenda. Find a target. Hit it hard. Yesterday's meeting ended prematurely, and that is a good thing, because then you now begin to have divide and then rule. Yeah.
This is interesting because also during this parliamentary group meeting, like you said, opposition government leader Raila Odinga now insisted that legislators, members of parliament, should not run the CDF kitty. Of course, we know that this has been a bone of contention for the longest time, with the courts ruling NGCDF unconstitutional, should not be run by members of parliament. And then he did weigh in at that time, say that, you know what, this should actually go to the counties. He mentioned something to that effect during the devolution conference last week. But then yesterday he was very clear, where he had to speak over the crowd and say, you know what, listen to what I am saying. Legislators should not run the CDF kitty. And they were up in arms and they said, essentially, what are you talking about? And he had to ask twice, listen to what I am saying. But there was no listening that was being done at that point, because they felt, this is what we're hearing now. We were supposed to be a unified force at some point, but now we have somebody who's telling us that the thing essentially that has given us expediency and ensures our expediency might be taken away because now you are doing this brotherly dalliance with the president.
And this is the invitation that first, for Honorable Raila, he's doing one thing. He's championing devolution by hitting at the National Assembly and hitting at funds that seem to be taking away resources from devolution. So he's presenting himself as a champion of devolution to that extent. The president on the other side is saying that he is presenting himself as the champion against corruption. That is another side. Remember, both of them have said that when you combine the two of them, they are going to give Wamunyoros a hard time. So they are developing an agenda here that is likely to gain traction on account of how they prosecute it. Now, that said, what we want to, from where I'm sitting, for sure, we shouldn't be having the National Assembly run a kitty that seems to be suggesting that it's a national government kitty, when some of the some of the issues or some of the activities they're spending on could easily be housed within the counties. Granted that if this money was to go to the counties, you need to ring fence it for each constituency so that each constituency can then achieve a certain level of development. I want to suggest that there was a need for this constitution of Kenya to put in a few commitments, what you call in constitutional law, pre-commitment strategies in the, so that commit some resources to counties, 15%. That is a given. It means that everybody can start on some footing, can be included. That is an assurance that a region at least will get that. That is on top of any other resources that the national government can bring. You can even bring the national CDF or any other thing, but that is an assurance that this can be ring-fenced, even if it is managed from a county level, and that is a good thing. So those commitments need to be done, but they should be done within the spirit of the Constitution, which is make sure that that kind of development is being done at the lowest level by the kind of entity or kind of government that is being designed down there. And that makes a case for county governments. I would argue the same thing, that remove MPs from trying to do development work. Let MPs stick to oversight so that they can oversight the counties, oversight the national government to make sure that something is happening accountably, accountability is high and so on. So a good argument, but you do not shout, or rather you do not expect people who have a feast you can't tell them not to eat. They have been invited to a feast of CDF, and you're telling them that this feast must be is stopped. They will not agree with you. They are ready for the party. They are ready for the feasting. They will not agree. So is the president and Raila Odinga going to increasingly find hostility among the members of Parliament. And when I say members of Parliament, I mean both senators and the National Assembly.
Absolutely.
And the answer is yes.
He did
Why?
say that senators also should really essentially have no business oversighting the county governments.
Yes.
He did say this as well. So is it possible to see that here with members of Parliament, NGCDF on this side, the Senate with now the suggestion that the oversight role essentially should be removed from the counties? That's likely to bring about some kind of friction, is there not?
Absolutely. And this is for me a good thing. You know, in politics, when people are agreeing, know that you, the citizen, you are in trouble. When they are disagreeing, you get to know what is happening. Right now, we know there's eating happening, we know money is passing. So when they are disagreeing, most likely the noise will reduce the eating and scuttle some of the schemes that are being made. So it's a good thing. These noises are good things. These revelations are good things. We will at least have something to talk about and something to fight about. So I don't want to see it as a negative thing. I want to agree that they must continue to disagree about these issues so that we get to the bottom of it. Who knows? We might just get a solution out of the conflict and out of the noise.
Now, let's assume we don't get a solution.
Yes.
This is all politics. The two gentlemen, obviously, before making an address to this gathering, will obviously know and exchange notes. And sometimes, having been in these places, and I'm sure you have, you'll always find these conversations, unaona vile tuliwaambia, unaona kama walisikia. You know, it's also a show of force in a way. So the president and also Raila Odinga are reading from different scripts, but this is very well coordinated. My question is, because it ended prematurely, and there might be victims because the president said he's actually pushing for arrests. You look at the composition of the people in that committee, and he never mentioned names. You have 3 ODM members in that committee. You've got 6 UDM members. Then you've got 2 Jubilee, 1 Ford Kenya, and I think you've got 1 MCCP party. Now, if this is pushed, and as we know politics, there will always be sacrificial lambs at some point. If these persist and this push by Raila Odinga continues, and what the president, because the statements that he's made about corruption in parliament and people receiving money on behalf of parliament and asking MPs, did you receive? Because this committee asked for 10 million, for example. What does this fallout look like if you're to pan out? Because we've had a history of these kind of situations right before an election. What do you see happening ahead of the elections?
The same thing. We will all agree that the level of attrition of members of parliament is about 75% every election time. So granted, these guys are a liability. You can't go to elections with them united. And the president knows that, and Raila knows that. And they know who will go as a result of that. And they want to push so that if you don't like what they're doing, they'll plant their candidate on you. And you have a run for your money, because then they'll also fund that candidate and things will be so hot for you. So granted, this is a scheme. They know very well that they can't go with this baggage to the elections. They must offload some of them, and that fight is real. Sacrifices are part of this game. Your ODM MP, yes, I'm your ODM leader, but on this one, you're on your own. That will not happen. You're UDA, and I'm your leader. Sacrifices will happen. People like Wetangula and therefore Kenya will also play along, because it's about their survival. So having said that, we should be looking at what then the president and his newly found friend are up to. They want to create a new machine, a new political machine. They're most likely going to have a new party that is going to go to election. You know, in this country, you rarely find the same party going into the same party in government going into the next government in the same form. So let us be ready for the machine that is coming, because certainly there is a political machine coming.
And if that's the case, so this machine will have these 2 people as at this point, for lack of a better word, let's just say co-principals. So you've got Ruto on one hand, you've got Raila on the other hand. Where does this leave Kindiki?
Kindiki is not, is not one to be mentioned in this game. This is a high-stakes game. Don't mention Kindiki. He doesn't come with any gravitas.
No, what do you mean? He's the deputy president.
Yes,
deputy president.
He's the one who's been at the forefront with his empowerment programs, the whole country.
Deputy presidents in this country are just that. They deputize and they serve at the whims of the president. Leave alone the fact that in the constitution we've now placed it as their running mates. That we thought that would heal, but we saw what happened with the deputy. With Wamanyoro. So that happened. Maybe the only time that the deputy president survived is during Uhuru's time, because Ruto was certainly a person who could have been sacked, but he never was sacked. But even in the scheme of things, he was not a part of the bigger picture. So Kindiki is not a picture here. He's not in picture here. He does not bring numbers. Neither does he bring resources. He is just somebody that is available to be given a task. Now he's been given a task of empowerment. I don't even call it empowerment. It is called patronage. It is called tokenism. It's called running around. And remember, MPs who are participating in this token, in this so-called empowerment, are given money to contribute to. So if you look at it, it's obvious that MPs are receiving money for all sorts of reasons. In this one, you're called empowerment, you are invited, you are each given 100,000. So you also bring that money back. Who want you if you are given 100 and you bring 50? They'll tell you, we gave you 100. Where is the other one?
It's been called showmanship. So my next question then is, where does this leave Musalia Mudavadi? Where does this leave Moses Wetangula? Before Mudavadi joined forces with William Ruto during the campaign, Mudavadi said there was going to be an earthquake. And the earthquake was, at the time, there were conversations that he was being courted by Raila so that he can get the Western voting bloc. When he decided to join our forces with William Ruto, then it was a departure from Raila Odinga. And we know how the campaign then went against him. Now, Raila Odinga has come in. So the first person you're saying who's going to be a casualty of this, who's going to be edged out, is Kithure Kindiki. Then where does this leave Musalia Mudavadi, Moses Wetangula?
Have you been following Musalia Mudavadi over the last 2, 3, 4 weeks? He has retreated some backyard in Western, visiting Malava several times, and defending himself, asking questions. So the man has been forced to retreat to his backyard just to try and bring numbers. But remember, the arrival of Raila was always going to be at a cost. It's a cost at Kindiki, it's a cost to Wetangula, it's a cost to Musalia. Because that voting bloc is a voting bloc that is more associated with Raila than it is associated with uniformly or unanimously with these two. So what is the issue here? Musalia has retreated to Western and he's campaigning for his life around the Malava seat. Not even Western, the Malava seat. Where is Weta in this one? He's somewhere there. Nobody knows exactly what he's doing. And what is happening in the meantime? He's being told that he's presiding over the most corrupt National Assembly. So is he safe where he's sitting? Absolutely not safe. So what will he have to do? Fight for survival or accept to be conscripted? Because at this point, you are either coming with numbers, coming with something, or you are just a part of, the flower team. Yeah. So you need some flower fellows. Yes. Did they have voices at 2022? Absolutely, they had. Of course, Weta came with Ford Kenya. There was some voice there. Musalia came with the NC. There was some voice there. Are they going to have a voice in 2027? Musalia having folded the ANC and Ford Kenya having retreated to some nondescript, party? No. So what is the equation? The equation is being determined by these two core principles.
I have a question about what's going on, but let's take a break at this point. We'll come back right after this and continue. Because, once you see a little bit of turmoil, you really have to ask what's cooking underneath. Dr. Martin Olo is an advocate and political analyst, joins us this morning, and we're taking a national outlook into the politics of the day and asking certain questions. We'll come back from this break and look into it. Don't go away at 22 minutes to 8, I beg your pardon.
This is The Situation Room the only way to start your day.
5 years of purpose, 5 years of partnership, 5 years of real lasting impact. I&M Foundation is marking 5 incredible years of transforming lives across Kenya through education, environmental conservation, economic empowerment, and community well-being. And this week, we are going deeper only on the Situation Room on SpiceFM. Tune in and discover how I&M Foundation is changing the game for communities and how you can be part of the next chapter. I&M Foundation, empowering lives, enriching futures. Catch the conversation on the Situation Room weekdays from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. only on Spice FM.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM,
coming
Nairobi.
And continuing with this conversation at 21 minutes then to 8 o'clock. Dr. Martin Olo, advocate and political analyst, is here with us this morning. And even as we continue this, we have to ask the question, because perhaps 2 situations created fodder for something that's going to grab your attention, because by your own admission, suddenly the things that Kenyans have been crying about for the longest time, we then hear the president making reference to. People have been crying about corruption forever. Like you said, it was not a political campaign issue going into 2022. It was an economic election. Corruption didn't really come into play. They said, okay, fine, we'll deal with it, but it's going to be over there in the corner. So when you hear that suddenly 2 weeks in succession, that these things are being discussed, the cynic in me wants to then ask, what else is really happening here? Is this really a discussion about corruption? Is this really a conversation now suddenly about what ought to happen within the walls of Parliament? Or is there something else afoot?
I said this is a political chess game. Dennis supported me with these are just pawns being moved around the chess table. Remember, and you've said it, when this government came in with the bitter, bottom-up empowerment, economic transformation, they really had an agenda. They had an agenda. In fact, they wanted to see a development that was inclusive, a development that included everybody, the hustlers and so on. Good agenda. 3 years down the line, where is that agenda? It's been reduced to tokenism, empowerment programs, because what they are doing in public and what they promise to do are very, very different things. And that's the problem that you're having, that if they had really good programs, they would not even be struggling about an agenda, because their program would be gaining traction and they would be cruising towards 2027 without any worry. But that is not working. In the meantime, they have to find yet another. Remember, in the previous time, they said Uhuru had messed up the economy. They came and found zero, and they are now rebuilding it up. They are telling you the dollar was I don't know where. It has now come here as if we are a major exporting country, so that when the dollar is down, we seem to be doing better. We are not. Now, having said that, they have to look for an agenda for 2027, and that agenda seems to be that we could have done well, except for corruption. And you can see how we have started with members of parliament. You'll see how some people will be arrested. Now we want to ensure corruption is not there. So please give us another chance in 2027. So corruption will be an agenda, and protecting devolution will be another agenda. Not forgetting that actually the biggest enemy of devolution in this country is the executive. It does not release resources
to the
in
councils,
time. And it does not really care or meet the promises of devolution. That is, but now you want to say it's because of MPs with these multiple resources. And Kenyans are very interesting. You just show them something to talk about, and they'll forget everything else. They'll be following that one. So these guys know us very well. They're working around our psyche. They say that corruption is a real problem. Now he has gone for it. And somebody will be saying devolution, which is protecting and giving us resources. We want to protect it. So that is an agenda for 2027.
So, Daktari, we talk about corruption, right? But here is a question where the president himself is a consumer of intelligence. He chairs the National Security Council. And intelligence would tell him of the corrupt underdealings in parliament. And these are things that one would argue is not something that you come to shout, let us see you walk the talk, you know? So for the president to have all this intelligence of what corruption is doing, of who's taking corruption and who's giving all these corrupt funds, why is he not working on it? Why is he telling us? Why is he not walking the talk if at all he is interested in fighting corruption?
That's why I'm saying this is not a fight on corruption or a fight against corruption. This is a political game. Remember when Uhuru Kenyatta had a list, he passed that list to EACC and he asked EACC to investigate. Granted that the list didn't have much substance, but at least he demonstrated that action should be taken. So he gave it to EACC. Of course, some heads rolled, some people lost positions, even cabinet secretaries, and that is important to know. So, and you're right, the president knows. In fact, he must even be having evidence on who wired what and to whom. He knows.
Yes.
So the easier thing would be to tell the head of his criminal investigation, to tell the head of EACC to prepare a case for ODPP to prosecute. That's the easier thing. But that's not the intention. The intention is raffle and make noise and say, I would have fought this thing, but you see, it's these MPs who are standing. You see, now they are even, rebelling against. So this is a political game. Otherwise, if it wasn't, and remember also, you start a fight like this, who is safe, who is going to remain unscathed. So you also don't want to start in a way that it reaches you. You want to scatter others, then make people not speak about you or about your government. So it should be somewhere far. So this is also, a kind of distraction. So that focus is not on the executive, focus then gets elsewhere.
Does he have leverage over members of parliament, or is it the other way around? Members of parliament have leverage over him when it comes to dealing with this?
My friend, both Ruto and Raila have a hold on to members of parliament in their respective parties. Most of these guys came through these individuals' goodwill and patronage. So these guys cannot call the president to question, neither can they call Baba to question. So these guys have no muscle, have no political abilities to fight back.
Well, they did, but as things are unfolding, we have Edwin Sifuna, we have the likes of Babu Wino and other members still from within the ODM party who are not necessarily towing the lines, and people are now taking a different direction.
And you can see that inside the big house or inside their parties, they are being seen as pariahs. Granted, and I agree with them. In fact, I spent this week with them in Diani, both Babu and Senator Sifuna. They were very quiet because they're both lawyers now. Babu. So they were there, we had a good time. And we were talking about constitutionalism and other issues. So granted that they are speaking out, but look at them. They are being seen as spoilers, they're being seen as pariahs, they're being seen as rebels. Again, that's how leadership is made. And that's why I'm saying these noises are not a bad thing. So when Babu makes noise, and Sifuna makes noise, Ruto makes noise, and Raila makes noise, Kenyans are going to have to decide which noisier fellow are they going to go with. Because you see, in this country, we do not like gentlemen like Dennis Okari here. No. We like them rough. We like them noisy. And we like them ruffling feathers and so on. So politics of Kenya is made for drama. So the more dramatic, the more we are likely to listen to you.
But does this still mean, because you look at Raila Odinga's politics for the longest time, and sorry, we are moving now into the personalities because they are part of this conversation. They're the reason why actually we're having this conversation in the first place. We are looking at all these fallouts and what happened yesterday. Does he still have the same strength, the same pull that he used to have? Because once you start seeing cracks within his party, very close to the election, it's a danger for anyone who wants to look like you're not with quote unquote, with Baba. Does it also, does this then mean that the party, it's losing its flavor, it's losing its strength, and at the very top, because the joining of these two, Raila and President Ruto, is in a way getting the numbers. Does he still have those numbers? Does he still have the same? Does the party still have the same old attractiveness?
There is an issue that we need to understand or perhaps take into consideration. There's a loss that UDA has incurred by losing Mount Kenya, no doubt about it. But there's a need for UDA to try and find another voice, another group or another block. And so the ODM block is important for it. But also, I want people to understand that you are not talking about ideologies here, you are talking about interests. Remember the three people we are talking about, Musalia, Raila, Ruto, were members of ODM at the beginning of ODM. They were also members of Pentagon. Yeah? Yes. In 2007, the real soldier for Raila was Ruto. All the way to KICC. So these are friends. This is a time for Raila to pay back because Ruto once sacrificed for him. They even fell out. So Raila is paying back Ruto. And this payback is important. And it resonates back to their villages. It resonates back to their constituency. So for Baba, he's coming with this constituency because he's saying, this guy was with me, stood with me, suffered with me. I'm also standing with him. And of course, the message is very clear both for Rift Valley and for Nyanza. So that message is strong. For Musalia, you don't want to say anything because you need him in, whether he has numbers or not. You don't need him out because you have already many challenges. So at the end of the day, yes, Baba's flavor may be waning with people, but he's still Baba around here. He's still, remember when Orengo tried to go the other way around and the cracks, they started even threatening to impeach him, and the youth leader of ODM, aka Oburu Odinga, stood up to say that, I'm also going to stand. So there are ways in which the dynasty in Nyanza is still fairly intact. It may not be as strong as it has been, but it's not. You can't wish it away.
When we look at the situation here where we talk about chances of a new political formation coming into play, and then we want to go to a place whereby political parties should be brought about with an ideology in place that essentially will form the pace and thought of a nation on ideologies, whether it is an economic ideology, whether it is a developmental ideology, there must be something. But it seems as though then that we get into the practice of forming parties to suit a political agenda, that whereby things have not worked in one area, then you say, okay, well, let's come together, you and I, Martin, let's form another party that will see us get into leadership. But the point of it is not to make a nation better, not to develop a nation, not to enhance a nation economically, but it's for you and I. Is that dangerous?
It's not dangerous. It is the way we do our politics.
And is that all right?
Okay, that's the question.
Okay.
When you look at DCP, what Wamunyoro is saying is that I cannot go to this game without my own vehicle. So he needs a vehicle to mobilize. When you look at UDA, it was Ruto's fallback position because he couldn't trust that Jubilee would deliver. Yeah. If you look at ODM, it has always been a vehicle that Raila uses for elections. Whether he wins or not, he still uses it for handshakes and now broad government. So it is still a vehicle. Is it about ideology? Is it about him? It's about him. Is it about ideology or is it about DCP? Is about Rigathi Gachagua. So at the end of the day, our political parties take the shape of the leader and take the support of a bloc. And the bloc tends to be a regional bloc or a tribal bloc. That is our situation, and we need to agree.
I'm all for redefining what a democracy is. there are conversations around saying that you don't take what has been handed down from you just because it sounds great as a form of leadership or governance, that you can craft your own. And I think we're in a dispensation where crafting your own political discourse or journey for nations in this day and age is absolutely fine. But when you do it at the expense of the people, then are we not looking at a problem here?
You see, it depends on how you come to this. If you come to this with the ideal philosophy around democracy, you will not see it. But again, democracy in its operations is also overrated, because democracy is not about quality, it's about quantity. It's about numbers. And if you bring together a block of tribalists, they bring the number, they win. So that doesn't reflect the nation, doesn't reflect. And indeed, the coming together of UDA, or rather coming together of Jubilee between Ruto and Uhuru was not about ideology, it was about numbers. No wonder somebody talked about tyranny of numbers. That numbers can also terrorize and can bring tyranny. So having said that, it is a question of how do we construct our national politics, how inclusive can we be. Granted that our models do not necessarily take the Westminster model, they don't take the American model, and even the American model is now under attack, for example. So what we need to accept, number one, is that we form political parties around individuals. Number two, we come to political parties with our tribes in mind. And number three, we look at Kenya for what we can get out of it. It's our turn. You know, some people have said that they are eating the government.
So what space is created for would-be new leaders? Because if you look over the last 30 years in Kenya, 30 years ago, presented you with certain leaders. 30 years later, you're still dealing in the same pool of leaders. I hazard a guess as to who's different. Who wasn't there 30 years ago? In terms of who the nation looks at and says it's this person, or this person aspiring to be, has been in that pool for 30 years. Based on what you're saying, then, what space is created for those who would be up and coming? Would they create their own political parties as vehicles towards leadership?
Absolutely. They need political parties which now will drive their agenda. In this case, for example, look at Gen Zs. They need a party that can speak to their agenda, because they're also coming with a generation of some ideas and difference. So they need a vehicle of their own. But there's something that I want us not to lose. The fight for independence and the fight that brought us all the way to where we got our first constitution was a national fight. When you look at people like Ochieng Oneko, you look at people like Ngei, you look at people like Masinde Muliro, you look at people like Martin Shikuku, you look at people like Ronald Ngala, these were nationalists. These are people who believed it. If you look at Jaramogi Odinga, for him to say that in order for Kenya to have independence, Kenyatta should be free, that was not a tribal agenda. That was a national agenda. People like Tom Mboya, born and bred in urban areas from Rusinga, but generally a Kenyan who represented people in trade unions, both in terms of central and everywhere. So there were people that fought this. Our problem, which is a discussion we should have on another day, comes at independence, and with Kenyatta beginning, and not just alone, the African leaders beginning to reconstruct the colonial structures, which essentially existed on the basis of tribalism and essentially divide and rule. Now that's our problem. Even today, when you see us talking about provincial administration, when you see us talking about the quarrel between national government and county governments, it's because our national government wants to penetrate up to the village, does not believe that it can delegate that to the county governments. Yet the constitution says that they are independent but interdependent. So our propensity towards tribalism and towards control and towards bringing our tribe or curtain to national place, the imperial, what has been described as imperial presidents, is our challenge. That we come with our tribal card, we come with our tribal regalia, yet we are occupying national spaces. And those are the things that do not work well.
Now, speaking of coming with all these tribal cards and all those things, when Munyoro is coming back this week, there's a lot of talk on if he lands, he may be diverted to
Eldoret. They have said Eldoret, I don't know, that's true.
And we have an upcoming by-elections. In your analysis, Wamnyoro coming back, all the anticipation from that side, now on this other side, it's very, very clear that Raila, and he has made it very clear, he's working with Ruto. And looking at him coming back, and of course the alliances on the other side, where you have Matiang'i, you've got Kalonzo Musyoka, Martha Karua, and everybody else around, Eugene Wamalwa and the likes, what do you see happening? Because in the past we've seen by-elections shaping what will essentially then be the outlook of the general election.
There is a fight for survival, there's a fight for relevance. Those outside government must put up a very good fight over those by-elections, and those inside government will be putting up even a bigger fight, because any loss means something to them. It means lack of confidence in them. So there will be a good fight, a good run. So Wamnyoro needs to come back so that he's part of the fight. And let's give it the benefit that he needs to come back and he needs to play. But how do we handle him? If a government decides that they divert him to Eldoret or divert him to Mombasa, that can only be good news for Wamnyoro, because then he'll get a ready audience there and people will be waiting to listen to him. So the better thing is allow him to come back, let him have his day, allow people who believe in him to celebrate him, and then let him do the politics. But if they want to help him, start putting gags around him, start doing drama around him, they will only be giving him the prominence he needs.
But they will be denying him the numbers, because we know with politicians and the conversation around him landing at JKI and then having a procession from JKI all the way to the CBD, if there are numbers, then for a politician that doesn't look good.
And that's the point, that he wants to mobilize around that.
Yes.
And if you allow him, it might succeed or it might not succeed. So just allow him to do it. And if he succeeds, it's not the end of the day. Elections are not happening tomorrow. This is politics. But if you divert him, what you've done is to have given him even more fuel, even more political mileage. And this has happened before. Remember those days when people used to be arrested and taken to their villages to be tried. It only gave those people audiences that they did not have. So when they want to do that kind of a thing, it's only to popularize those people. So how you handle Gachagua, if I was in government, I would tell them, think about it again. If you want to give him fuel, continue doing what you're doing. Of course, already they have, Gachagua is a creation of this government. I mean, he's not a very popular guy and he's not a very likable guy. He's a good friend of mine. By the way, he went to school with him, so he's a good friend of mine. But this government has promoted him more by simply treating him the way they treated him.
It's like they tell us how the US is the one that created Osama bin Laden.
Yeah. Some of these creations are our own.
Our own.
Yeah.
And it's interesting what the next, couple of days, weeks will look like. Thanks for giving us those insights. Opens up our minds for, attention and where to place it and what to actually discuss and move forward. Dr. Martin Lowe is an advocate and political analyst, has been our guest this hour. Thanks for doing that as always. It's a minute past 8. Good morning.
Asante.
The Senate has scheduled a special session for tomorrow to address two major issues: the swearing-in of nominated Senator Consolata Nabwire and the hearing of the impeachment charges against Kericho Governor Dr. Eric Kipkoech Mutai. In a Gazette notice, Senate Speaker Amason Kingi announced that the session scheduled for 2:30 p.m. at the Senate chamber in Parliament buildings will begin with Nabwire's official oath taking. She is set to join the House as a nominated senator, replacing Gloria Oroba. Oroba was found guilty of making public statements that harmed the party's image and repeatedly failing to respond to disciplinary charges. Senators will immediately turn their attention to Governor Mutai's impeachment motion, which follows the Kericho County Assembly's decision to remove him from office. Now, the Social Health Authority has shut all its sub-county and regional branches, including 7 offices in Nairobi. The offices were inherited from the defunct National Health Insurance Fund. Regional offices have also been shut, with managers redeployed and reassigned duties at the head office. Nairobi had a total of 8 branches, but only the Upper Hill branch is in operation. Efforts by the Standard to get response from the top SHA management did not succeed. But earlier, in a memo dated July 29th, 2025, SHA Chief Executive Officer Mercy Mwangangi noted that the move was part of efforts to align with its staff establishment and cut costs. The government is developing an application to monitor the productivity of all civil servants. Public Service Cabinet Secretary Geoffrey Ruku has said the app, which he hailed as a game changer in tackling absenteeism and monitoring work output, will be live by the end of October.
We will be launching a platform which we will use as a government to determine the productivity of each and every public servant in the Republic of Kenya. My people are very busy at the moment, working on an application, working on a platform, a digital platform, which will tell us whether you are at your workstation at the required time, whether you are doing what is required, whether you are on leave, whether you are on training, because with the resources which we have, with the pay which we are getting, we can give ourselves, we can put effort and have much more output.
He also called on citizens to collect national identity cards, driving licenses and passports, many of which have not yet been collected from government offices, despite those concerned registering.
We have very many identification cards across the nation which are not corrected. We have many driving licenses which are not corrected. I have seen quite a number of driving license at Huduma Center which are not corrected. So once you apply for your driving license, you apply for your ID, make an effort to come and correct those documents.
And in the international level or news, the main rebel group in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, the M23, has walked away from peace talks with the government, saying it will not return unless the authorities adhere to a previous ceasefire deal. Fighting between the two sides escalated in January when the M23 captured large parts of the mineral-rich East, including the regional capital, Goma. In Qatar last month, the rebels and the government signed a ceasefire agreement intended as a step towards a permanent peace deal. But yesterday, as negotiations were set to resume, the M23 said its representatives were not present in Qatar. M23 spokesperson Lawrence Kanyuka accused the authorities of not respecting the provisions contained in the ceasefire deal, but DRC Congo's military denies this charge. Just a reminder is that the EPL marches will still be live on our radio stations, that is Radio Maisha, Berur and SpiceFM. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubage.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation this Tuesday morning, and getting into conversations that matter minute after minute, time after time. And we said that this morning, just because we're talking and that you need to see the need that Safaricom Home Fiber would fulfill for you, we asked you to do something. Send us a message about what it is that Safaricom Home Fiber would fulfill in terms of your need. And Safaricom Home Fiber will award you 1,000 shillings worth of airtime. Jason Jockey says Safaricom Home Fiber has really helped us and a lot in our business and also at home. We have kids and they're always on TV. Plus our CCTV camera is also connected there. Very reliable and fast at the same time. Washira Peter, as a digital nomad, Safaricom Home Fiber would be more than just internet. It would be my gateway to opportunity. With fast, unlimited connectivity, I can grow my digital career, collaborate with people across the globe, and turn ideas into reality without limits. 1,000 shillings each to you. Airtime from Safaricom, courtesy of Safaricom Home Fiber. These things that these folks are saying, Dennis, is it true?
It is. And if you are a new customer and you're looking to enjoy the two keywords from what you've just said, fast and reliable, then Safaricom Home Fiber Internet is the deal for you. Now, this is what you're going to enjoy. A couple of things. One, you are going to enjoy double the speeds at 25% discount for any plan of your choosing. How many plans are there? You've got the bronze, the silver, the gold, and the diamond plans. So, how does Safaricom then welcome you home? What Safaricom will do will obviously give you a free router and at zero installation fee, and that's how you'll stay connected to a reliable and fast home internet. So whether it's gaming during this holiday, kids about to go to school though, so you've got those last
few days.
Yes, they want to enjoy gaming, you want to stream movies, you want just to enjoy high-speed web browsing, then Safaricom Home Fiber Internet is for you. How do you get it? Simply dial *100# or visit my Safaricom app and get connected today. This offer is valid to new customers and ends in the next 12 days. So 31st of August is the D-Day. Feels good to be home with Safaricom Home Fiber.
Indeed it does. And let me tell you, you know what keeps people up at night? It's the idea that everything they've built could be lost. just like that, through poor advice or market downturns. And so you ask yourself why wealth preservation and risk management are key pillars at Standard Chartered Priority Banking. The experts don't just guide you, they protect your assets from market fluctuations, economic shocks, and unexpected risks. Add to that there's specialized investment advice and portfolio management, and you have a recipe for building sustainable long-term wealth. And for those overwhelmed by endless options, from real estate to international investments, you get expert help to basically streamline, optimize your decisions. It's not just about growing wealth, it's about growing wisely and with clarity. Your path to smart, protected, and informed wealth starts with one email: wealth.ke@sc.com, because this right now, today, is your time. Climate conversations, we've had them for years, and we've asked ourselves certain questions about what should actually be happening to protect the climate for future generations. That's the conversation that we get into this hour. And our two guests are in the studio this morning. They've been here before. Dr. Philip O. Amingo is the project manager, Wiser Kenya Project. It's the IGAD Climate Protection and Application Center, ICPAC. And he's here with us this morning. Good morning, Dr. Amingo.
Morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Karibu Sana, joined by Zachary Misiani, who is also with the Wiser Project as a project coordinator and at the International Center for Humanitarian Affairs at the Kenya Red Cross Society. Good morning, Zachary.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Karibu Sana, thank you for being here today. We're going to welcome you with today's proverb. I tell you today that I couldn't figure this one out. But I started saying my own things, so they refused me to interpret.
Yeah.
So we leave it to you, gentlemen.
So we are in Zambia, a country of about 20 million people, and has over 70 ethnic groups, with Bemba, Tonga, Lozi, Chewa, and Nsenga being the largest. Gained independence from the Brits in 1964, that is 24th of October. But let's go to the proverb today. What you wear is known by the arm. What you wear is known by the arm. Zachary, how would you interpret that?
What you wear is owned by your arm. For example, if you are what you usually speak needs to reflect what you usually do in a simplest language. Yeah, thank you, Dennis.
Yeah, Daktari, how would you interpret that?
The way you put on tells a lot whom you are.
Who you are.
Yes.
See?
Yeah,
Not that difficult, no?
I guess this is the cold that fried my brain. I guess.
Now the coffee.
Now the coffee. You're not going to let it go. But we know what you're doing. Okay, so, I mean, as we get into this conversation this hour, necessary for us to talk about climate. Climate talks still continue. Usually we wait for, a time when, the world is talking about climate, and then we have those conversations. But we can see the effects around us, no matter what we do. For goodness sake, it's raining in August. In Kenya, I guess it's not a normal time for that to be happening. But let's go into it this morning. When we talk about the Wiser Climate Project Kenya, we'll start with you, Dr. Mingo. Tell us a little bit about this project. What is it? What is it doing? What are we looking at?
Thank you. WISER is an acronym that Weather Climate Information Services. This is an innovative way of rallying the call or doing what the UN Secretary General said, that by 2027, everybody, no matter where you are coming from, where you are staying, should be able to receive early warning information that is climate related. We know that we have climate-related hazards, floods, drought, heat wave, name it. So the idea here is that WISER is to package climate information services in a simple, in a better way, in a produced way that anybody else can be able to consume. So that is the essence about WISER project. And just to dig deep a little bit about it, is as a result of funding by the UK government through the FCDO, the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, to support Kenya, because we know very well that Kenya is highly affected. When it is very dry, we suffer because of drought. When it is rainy, we also suffer floods. So WISER is an innovative way that we can reach communities, stakeholders with the weather and climate information. And we are focusing particularly in 2 counties in Kenya, Garissa and Tana River.
Okay.
Simply because the 2 counties are at the extreme end. When it is dry, they are extremely dry. When it is rainy, they are really affected by flood.
And how exactly are you reaching communities? When we say reaching communities, what exactly is being done?
There are so many ways through which you can reach the community. First of all, there is the production of the information done by technocrats. We have the Kenya Met Department, a national entity that is in charge of early warning. Then after they have come up with the weather information that they have taken time to prepare and get ready for communities, now we have through channels like radio. Today we have several FM stations, community-based, that people listen to. We have television network. Those who can read, we have a newspaper. Those who are indoor to have smartphone can also follow through their social media. So we have several channels through which we disseminate this information to community. But the most important thing is reaching them physically through some of the people that are able to reach the community. So there's a structure through which some of the communities can be reached.
What are we telling them, Zachary? What are we telling these communities? You mentioned these 2, Garissa and Tana River, and you said, Doc has said when extreme weather hits, they are affected extremely, whether it's dry, whether it's wet. But what are we telling them beyond it's raining or it's dry? What are we saying that is actually going to have impact?
Yeah, thanks Indo for that question. Remember, traditionally we have been responding to disasters, for example, drought and floods. But nowadays we are trying to move away from that traditional way of doing things, and we take the advantage of what we call the impact-based forecast. So the communities needs to know, for example, if it's raining heavily from the upper catchment of, for example, in Mount Kenya regions, then we are anticipating that because of this heavy rainfall is likely to cause some flash floods and also might break the river banks. Then the communities need to know when is this likely to happen. If they know, then there are some actions which they need to make. For example, they need to avoid flooded areas, move from the flood-blown areas, move your livelihood, move your livestock from those danger zones. The same case, for example, if drought is coming and this is a slow onset, and from the scientific information, either from ICPAC or the Kenya Met Department, then we are anticipating that the drought is coming in 2 to 3 months' time. So if you are a pastoralist having like 1,000 sheep and goats, can you make some decision, early actions? For example, you can either reduce the number of the livestock because we are likely to have like diminished pasture, the lack of enough water for the livestock. So can you make actions before that drought strikes? So that is what we want the communities to take the use of climate information for decision making for the benefit of their lives, and also to protect even the lives and the livestock of their livelihood.
Zachary, I have a question. If we go back to last year, the worst incident that we witnessed last year, flooding, this was Maina. And this was towards the end of April, I think. I recall the night before the flooding, conversations around people are being told this rain is going to be too much, people need to move, and so on and so forth. But then people didn't. Many people didn't. Then whatever happened, and it was such a disaster. Then later the government came in, and we remember during the burials, there was a promise to move these people to safer grounds and whatnot. But to just back up a bit, when you give warning signs and tell people, for example, this is going to happen, this is what you need to know, you need to move. The question I've always struggled with, and this is what people ask, is move to where? Who is going to give us that land? How do we settle down? How do you move from your house? You've lived in that house for whatever number of years. Your children are there. They go to school around that same area. And then you're telling them all of a sudden, because it's going to flood, move. From a humanitarian standpoint, it will make sense to prepare them that this is coming, but then move. But are there gaps where you're giving the warning signs, the people are willing to move, but then move where? How does that coordination work?
Yeah, thanks, Dennis Okari. That's kind of course, I can say, for example, when we are doing the location of the communities, this is a multi-agency activities whereby we have to involve different government institutions to identify. Already we have to do identification of the places, for example. Unfortunately, sometimes we use the schools as the one of the facilities because they have the physical infrastructure. Again, of course, it will affect the learning of the learners. So once we identify the place with other multi-agency, we are trying to move the communities from the flood-blown areas. Of course, we understand that the vulnerability of this community, they cannot move without the support in terms of the financial support, even just the physical movement. Again, the issues of the land, for example, you can try to move like one sub-clan from point A to point B. Sometimes we have that somehow the resistance between the inter-clan conflicts, that you guys, you are from the other side, you are not supposed to be relocated on the other side. But what we are encouraging is that once the early warning information has been issued to the communities, of course we can facilitate their movement if possible. If they are not capable, of course we understand our poverty level with our communities, and the community or the neighboring communities should accept that these people have been displaced or are going to be displaced because a disaster is. It's better we save lives, then we can, if there is the issue of the land issues, then we can solve later. As compared, you just wait until a disaster strikes, is then you are moving people from place A to place B. For example, in Tana River, downstream, these are the flood-blown areas. Then we usually encourage people move from the Dana Delta, go to the higher grounds. And already we usually do the risk mapping. We identify some places whereby these communities need to be temporarily relocated. Once the disasters ended, then the community needs to go back and continue with their daily economic activities.
Dr. So when we talk about the early warning systems and anticipatory actions that do take place, there is the aspect of co-production. And co-production, because for a very long time you find climate information has always been shared by the scientists. So we've scientists gather the information and disseminate it. But here we talk about involving all the stakeholders, including the local communities, to be able to consume this. Because I remember when I visited Tana River and Garissa, there is an aspect of even the symbols that are being used for the local communities to understand this information. So how critical is that, and how has that changed the game for the locals to understand the intensity of the disasters that would be coming, and for them to act early?
That's quite a pertinent question. Co-production is the way to go today. I want to give an example. If you are to make a phone, and you go to the consumer and tell them, what kind of phone do you want? What are the features that you want for the phone? And then you tell him, I want one with maybe WhatsApp. I want a phone with Facebook and then the designer does that for you. You really own that phone. You take it as yours. You have a say on it. It's the same way for co-production. What we do, before scientists would just sit in a laboratory, produce weather forecast, and then you could see manyunyo hapa na pale. We no longer talk of manyunyo hapa na pale. What we do today, we get to the community, we get to stakeholders. If you're an agriculture officer or you're an agriculture extension officer, we sit together and ask you, how would you want me to present this information to you? What is the best way you want it? And what is it that you need? A farmer will tell you, I need to know when the rainfall will start. I need to know when to plant. So give me when the rainfall will start. So that is exactly what scientists will try to struggle to come up with. Once you've given them what they want, there is that owning. They own it. So by owning it, they are able to follow, they are able to use it, and it's working for them. So the co-production is the current initiative that we are trying to advocate, rather than manufacturing a document and then you put it into the market for people to consume. Yes.
Zachary, you find now after the co-production and all this information has gotten to the local communities, there is not the aspect of, because if you speak to the farmers in these communities, one would say, I've actually changed from growing maize, now I am having green grams because it is long-lasting and withstands drought. I'm able to know where to move my animals. I'm growing fodder for my animals for when drought is coming. So when you look at anticipatory action and how that has changed the game in terms of the losses, the deaths and destruction that has been before, what are we looking at right now with all this information getting to the communities?
So the central part of the conversation is that, remember, the communities who is at the vulnerable is the center. So are we producing what these people needs? For example, through the anticipatory action, we have a window of opportunity. For example, if you are a farmer practicing small-scale farming along the River Tana Basin, and it is predicted that coming season we are likely to have heavy rainfall, and from the statistics we have been witnessing that heavy rainfall is the one most of the time usually cause some havoc. If you are a farmer, you need to prepare in mind that this heavy rainfall, if I plant some crops or seeds, are likely to be affected in terms of like the flooding. And if it is again predicted, for example, the drought is coming, and you go ahead, you are a small-scale farmer, and plant, and there is no enough rainfall. Of course, at the end of the day, you will count the losses because your crops will not mature into a stage you can be able to harvest. So the communities need to make a wise decision based on the early warning information. If we are saying that some part of Tana River, especially the lower, will experience some good rainfall, so we anticipate that the pasture, the fodder will be available for the livestock. So already we know that we are likely to have some movement. You remember Tana River and the Garissa, mostly the large population is pastoralists. These are the community who usually move from one part to another. So we are likely to see the movement from the northern into the southern because of that availability of the pasture. And if you are a pastoralist, you can even make early action, even to store some fodder for during the use of the dry period. Once the rains have been received and there is enough fodder for your livestock, then you can harvest the extra, just to keep it, and you can use during the dry period.
How are we using information towards decision making, Dr. Amingo, when we talk about the fact that, I mean, for example, just a few days ago, Dennis and I were talking yesterday, and we said, look, it's raining, and he said, you know, yeah, well, the weatherman said that it was going to rain. He said there was going to be some extended rainfall, and I was like, none the wiser. I was like, okay, well, it's true. So the information that we have is scientific, it's formulaic to a T. You can predict and you will know. But how are we using the information to then affect decisions? One would imagine that because the information is shared, it is so, or it's even created, it is so that we can use it. Can we say that used information will then be able to eliminate or at least decrease the severity of disaster if it's used properly?
Yes, that is absolutely correct. The purpose of giving early information is for it to be used to minimize some of the impacts that would have been caused if at all you did not use the information.
But do we see that happening? Let's talk about the country today. Let's take from the country and let's extrapolate to the region, to the world. Because if we did, then perhaps we would be able to minimize the destruction. The example that we give about the floods that happened last year, it was terrible. There are people today who have not recovered. There are schools that were inundated by these floods that have never re-established in this country, right? And that information had been given before. So, WISE project, other projects that are into the climate space, do we see that the information is actually we know the information is there somewhere, but is it actually being applied to situations? And if so, where?
That's really interesting. That's why I started by saying that we are rallying the call by the UN Secretary General. It has been noted that there is early warning information, but doesn't trickle down to the intended end users. So that's why there is a deliberate effort from global level all the way up to the village level that there has to be a way that climate information must reach the end users. So we have several approaches that are in place. We have what we call Global Framework for Climate Services, which we now have regional climate framework for climate services, national, and now we are taking it to county. The framework is supposed to give a proper way in which this climate information from the manufacturer, through the intermediaries, from the brokers, to the end users must work and must get to the intended user.
Let's take a break and then come back and look at what this framework is and actually what it does mean. Because maybe isn't that it's true that we get wrapped up in a lot of the E's and the ESE in this, that the words, the buzzwords, the phrases, but in terms of actually bringing it down to the people, what exactly are we looking at? So let's break open that framework when we come back from this break. Dr. Philip Amingo and Zachary Musiani, our guests this hour. We're looking into the Wiser Climate Project, but then beyond that, climate conversations and around safety for certain things, even as we go through. We'll be back after this break. It is 27 minutes to 9 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
A little sharing goes a long way with Safaricom.
Dad, thanks for helping me find those shoes on IG this morning. Your internet shopping skills are on point.
Of course. Mimi ni yule msee. And thanks for sending me that TikTok dance. Ati mnasemaga it slapped me?
Aki, Dad, no one says that.
Mom, thanks for the call before the quiz. Who knew you'd be so good at remembering those dates?
Well, I do try. And thanks for sharing those hilarious memes on the family WhatsApp group. I needed the laugh. My day was going sideways.
And when they come home, the connection gets even better.
Guys, the show is starting. Are you guys ready?
Just a minute. Let me finish this online course.
Almost done with my game, Dad.
Just after I beat you.
It feels good to share with Safaricom Family Share from Safaricom Home. You can now enjoy a home fiber connection with a voice, data, and SMS plan that can be shared with up to 5 members of your family. Experience the convenience of paying for your home internet and mobile plan on one bill. And what's more, you get up to 20% off on your mobile connection with more value for you and your family. Dial *400# or go to My Safaricom app to add Family Share to your Safaricom Home Fiber.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
94 to 9 o'clock. Our conversation continues this morning with Dr. Philip Amingo and Zachary Musiani. As we continue this, before we into the break, Doc, you're talking about a framework that essentially trickles down this information from up here to down here, because usually you find that the end users suffer in severity and suffer in numbers. What exactly does this framework look like? How are you able to open that up?
So the framework basically supports, it strengthens, and coordinates the development, delivery, and use of climate services to assist decision making. Very, very important that from the production stage to the middlemen that deliver the information to the end users, there has to be a structure And one of the most important thing is capacity building, knowledge. Knowledge is power. Even the communities you're talking about move to higher ground. They have to be prepared. They have to know the magnitude of the impact. So the service, being at global, regional, national, and even now county, is just a way in which this can be done in a structured way. There must be monitoring and evaluation to see that the information given, did it get to the intended user? How was it used? What were the impacts? And in terms of quantifying how this is done. And this way, we are optimistic that the issue of impact when this disaster occur would be drastically reduced.
Dr. Philip, a lot of times these conversations, climate change conversations, can sound a bit elitist or too scientific for the what you'd call, quote unquote, common mwananchi. I want you to maybe give us an idea. Take us through the communication. So you have a system, you're monitoring, and like you said, it has to be structured. So how, from monitoring, and give a typical example, to how that information is relayed to the communication as part of the early warning signs that this is about to happen, and then what then do you advise? How does it work in a typical scenario?
Yes, this is how it works. Basically, we have monitoring system. If you visit any of the Met services, come to our center, the IGAD Climate Prediction Center. We have a situation room like we have here now. We are monitoring system in real time. We are able to see like the cold weather we have today. We know the genesis, how it started, what is causing it is very unusual.
So what exactly are you seeing?
We're using satellite information,
so
and
using satellite
monitoring the global oceans.
So we normally see those monitors, and we see things green like clouds moving green. We see like a radar. It's for you. It's like, for me, it's like child's play. But for a lot of us, is you see all these different monitors showing different things. There's green moving. There's blue at some point.
Yes.
How do you monitor that? You get the satellite images. So how do you? It's wind speed, wind direction.
It's quite a lot, and the experts are in charge of monitoring. And after monitoring, and monitoring is not done a day or two. This is what we have monitored for more than even 60 years. We have data. So we know behaviors. If it behaves in a certain way, we are able to tell this is going to happen. So monitoring continues every day, but the work of the technocrat is to monitor, to give that information, and they have also middlemen, communication team, people who can translate this scientific jargon into a language that agriculture expert would be able to understand, disaster person will understand, the community will understand. So it's not just an expert. We have a team of communicators, because scientists are known not to communicate well in a way that my grandmother can understand in the village. So we rely on middlemen. We rely on people that can use this information in a basic way that can be done. So what I'm saying, Dennis, is that from the monitoring stage, we spend like now there are scientists from all over the region sitting in our place, using the past information and what we see currently to predict the October, November, December rains. So after looking through, seeing what's happening, they sit with the sectors. We have agriculture, we have livestock, we have fishermen, all those kind of teams. They sit with them and say, this is what we are foreseeing. How is it going to affect you? Then they come up with the possibility of if it is a lot of rain, this is how they are going to be affected. Then this one is further refined by some communicators that now we deliver that, we give that information to take to the community level. So everybody that consumes this information is taken care of.
What I've seen, I've been a part of a WhatsApp group where I was consuming that information. The challenge that I had was, apart from screenshots of, those monitors of how you see things moving in a circle and what I can't interpret that. But then there is, so Nairobi is going to experience, this particular area is going to experience rainfall. This happened a lot last year, I think. Is it 2 millimeter rainfall? So you'll get that information, but I can't interpret what does 2 millimeter rainfall in a certain area in Nairobi then mean. So you've talked about farmers, you've talked about fishermen. beyond those two groups or 3 or 4 other groups that are of interest. Now, to the other local people, like the case of Maimahiu, over 50 people died. And these were people who are charcoal sellers doing their random business. How does that information then get to that person to interpret that when we're talking about 2 millimeter or 5 millimeter or 10 millimeter, this is essentially what it actually means? How do you break it down?
Well, that's something that is ongoing. I said in my earlier response that there is need for capacity building. We need to educate people. We need to make them aware of some of the impacts of those kinds. Because sometimes you can tell somebody that floods are coming. Then they tell, I was born here, my grandfathers were buried here.
And we've never been washed away by water.
So we have to sit and understand, tell them what exactly the impact is. So capacity building is key in all this. If you don't capacitate people, you don't tell them some of these things. And that's why I talked about co-production. When you produce together, you even tell him, of course, your grandfather was buried there, but it will sweep your house. So please just move. Then when it goes down, you come back. That understanding, building that understanding, if it is done well and the end user get convinced, it is just a change of mindset. Once somebody is able to understand, get convinced, then this thing will be a thing of the past.
So, Zachary, you find now, once this information has been had by the scientists, there's co-production that has happened, there is capacity building that has happened. But then again, there's always been these group of individuals in the communities that are vulnerable. We talk about women, children, the disabled, where at any given, because if you go to Garissa and Tana River, they will tell you, afadhali ni hamishe ng'ombe yangu, mtoto na bibi tutakuja baadaye. I'll come for my wife and children later, because the livestock is important to them. But it's a question where even the most vulnerable, who are usually left behind, become part and parcel of this information production and consumption of this. Just how critical is it for everyone to be included in this and that no one is left behind?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Dennis. And it's unfortunate, of course. We remember what happened in Mayumai. Of course, we lost the lives of the Kenyans. And before I answer your question, I remember there were early warning information from Met talking about it, that heavy rainfall will continue. And when we reach a situation whereby we start experiencing like landslide, mudslide, that is when we have a threshold. For example, if it has been raining for like 5 consecutive days with a huge amount of the rainfall, like more than 22 millimeters within 24. So we reach a situation whereby if that threshold has been reached, then some things will start automatically happening, like landslide, mudslide. You see, and through the WISA we are co-developing the threshold. A threshold is just a certain indicator. If that indicator has been reached, then we anticipate something is going to happen. Assuming, for example, the water levels in Masinga Dam. If the prediction is saying that we are expected to continue heavy rainfall for this month, and the water levels is rising, if it reaches a certain level, that is the maximum, a threshold, we anticipate it will start overspilling. Once there is a lot of water downstream, again we monitor through the WISA with other partners like Water Resource Authority the water levels in some rivers. If it reaches a certain level, automatically we know that something is going to happen. And unfortunately, the vulnerable communities are going to be affected, even though they are not the one who is contributing most of what is happening. But we don't want to leave anybody behind. So when we take early actions, we have to consider the most vulnerable communities, people living with disability, the expectant women, the children under 5 years, the elderly, the sick people. For example, those people, based on their physical challenges, they cannot make a quick decision. For example, if floods is coming, they cannot just run away as compared to somebody who is having a good health. So those are some of the people we just give the first priority. We have to save lives. Of course, we know those communities, they have a lot of touch with their livestock. They love their livestock so much. It's better they stay with their camels, goats. You see, because of the tradition, or they have been in that way for long years, and they have a long in touch between the life. It's like the same, for example, if you buy a Mercedes-Benz, especially, you love your car so much as compared if, unfortunately, your kid scratch that car, you can just slap. Then later you say, oh, sorry, because you love, in quotes, you love your car somehow more than even you are. So, of course, we are trying to educate the community that life is most important. Of course, the livestock, you can lose the livestock, but if you are going to be given another resources, you can just bounce back where were you. But as compared to the loss of the lives of the people, yeah.
Just to add to what my colleague has said, this project is like a case study, that we want to work out well in Tana Basin so that it's upscaled to the whole country and the region. You mentioned about people who are not able to, the PWDs, the people with living disability. These are the most neglected group, elderly women, the sick, and all that. So the idea of this project is to bring them at the forefront. We are supporting them so that we make sure that even the county governments are pertinent to the issue that they are the most vulnerable. When floods come, somebody on a wheelchair may not run easily. So this project is laying a lot of emphasis on the gender, the inequality and social inclusion, so that we bring on board and we support the most vulnerable people. So we have brought this to networks of the PWDs, and we are now working closely with them to make sure that they're the first response. They get the information when it is provided, and if there is a way to support them, they can be supported to get out of the way of the disaster.
So we know there's certain areas that are prone to certain things, and this is not just in Kenya, it's around the world. When we look at the climate, if you want to look at fires that take place in the Western Hemisphere every summer, when the temperatures get really hot, it's dry tinder essentially. We know that floods take place in western parts of the nation and also in eastern parts of the nation, Kenya, for example. It's almost as with almost precise, you're able to predict. With almost precise predictability, you know that this will happen. And there will be an amount of destruction. And that people will have to move. We know this. It's going to happen every year almost. So since that predictability is it is there, are there other more permanent solutions that can be found or brought about? For example, if people were to move, and I know you talked about the fact that people love their animals and that they're nomadic in nature, but are there certain places where you say, well, for whatever reason, don't live here, and let us use these areas as water receptors, for example, whether you're going to look at damming the water, whether you're going to look at permanent sites for water storage. Do conversations like that happen? So where we say, we know that the water, there will be a deluge here. Make them storage points. Don't let people live here. Can there be some kind of permanency in action resulting from the predictability of a situation?
Yes, it is. Let me give you an example. Why is it that we only hear of deaths in less developed countries like in Africa, but in the US, in Europe, we have this disaster, even worse than here.
Yeah.
But we don't hear millions of people dying like it's here. One thing is that there has to be the goodwill of the government, empowerment. Look at Nzoia River. We used to have a similar situation. Currently, you don't hear much, in fact, almost nil, because the World Bank supported the government. to look at the situation along the Nzoia River, the people living closer, and the way water gets out of the runway to the communities. They build gabions, they did capacity building, they put a lot of observatories along the weather. There is monitoring and there is provision of this information in a manner that communities respond positively. And after several capacity buildings that have been done, it is possible. But first of all, if you say that people are not going to be flooded, for example, in Tana River, we know that the livelihood there is pastoralism. They move with their animals in search of browse and pasture. So if you are able to capacitate them, give them finances or educate them in a way that they stop moving the animals, but keep few animals that are productive, that are able to give them the same value as what they are having 100 of cats to give them, then they will be able not to move and they will not to go to flood-prone areas. Remember, we talk about disaster when there is an encounter of maybe a property or lives with the hazard. But if people keep out of the hazard, then we don't talk about disaster. So put these people in a way that they are able to be with their animals, zero grace. They get fodder, they give their animals, and they get the same value as what they get out of their
Which is why I'm asking if there can't be some kind of permanency here. Because Zachary, that you know where Red Cross will go tomorrow if there's a disaster in Tana River, for example. You know the areas. I'm sure you close your eyes, wake up in the middle of the night, and you know, place 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there will definitely be calamity there. Because there's a deluge of water. I'm saying, why is that place not dammed? Not dammed to hell, but dammed like water. Why is there no permanent site where there's water in the area where people should not be living? Because this has happened year after year. Let's go back 10 years. It was a situation. 10 years before that, it was a situation. But then we hear in 2025 and then we continue to say things like... Let's capacity build. I think capacity building, as much as it's a nice word to say, we've done enough of it. We can now actually do and implement certain things.
Thanks, Ndo, for that question, for a persistent question. Remember, under the WISA project, Daktari, when we started the inception meeting, we engaged the county government. These are the policy decision makers, and it was a participatory. We wanted to hear the views from the ground. We asked them, this has been happening. What do you want the WISA to do differently? Of course, the same question which you are asking, it was asked by the communities that every now and again, when it's raining, we expect floods. Can we have like a permanent solution to address that? Kengen is part of now we are working with the other government institutions. Of course, they have even started extending the carrying capacity of the waters in their dams so that at least that extra volume, it can accommodate excess water. For example, if you go to the Tana, between Tana and the Garissa, to preach, if you are very keen, they are constructing a new bridge, which we anticipate it's going to be affected. Traditionally, the previous bridge was built like 5 decades ago, and when it usually rains, the water passes. So already, those are some of the permanent solutions. We are likely to see that even if it's going to rain coming this season, the new bridge will continue supporting people to continue passing from Garissa to Tana and Tana to Garissa. And of course, under the WISA Phase 2, we are going to work with the policy at the county to see where the gaps are, especially even like budgeting. Do we have enough resources for the counties to make a decision? For example, if you are saying that 100 meters from the rivers, the community are not supposed to stay there, do we have a law which is talking about that? If there is no law, somebody can take you to court and say,
why did you put it here?
So we are going to counter check if we have some gaps in terms of the disaster risk management policy, and if we are going to say like within this buffer zone, then let community not build physical infrastructure, but you can just practice like farming. As compared if you put a physical infrastructure within a flood-prone areas, automatically you will be affected. So those are the things which we are going to look in terms of the policy. We support the county government to review the policy for the benefit of the community, to have like a permanent issues.
You know, I remember there was a story in 1984 where former late President Daniel Moi he held a meeting with his cabinet under a tree. I think it was somewhere in Machakos. He had a cabinet meeting under a tree. And he told them, look guys, this flooding problem, soil erosion problem that you're having, we have to fix this. And for the next 3 hours, he made everybody build gabions. Okay? And I remember growing up, and you're in primary school when Moi was the president, there were a lot of conversation from the top about building gabions. You go to Google, you actually see pictures of the president holding huge blocks of stones, building gabions in different parts of this country. And we had even songs in primary school about the environment. We were not talking about climate change then. That was not the code word. But there was an emphasis, a very strong emphasis on the environment. And we all grew up knowing you don't just cut trees. We were planting trees by then. There's an age which vividly remembers that time. Then slowly things started changing. We were not paying too much attention to the environment. And around this conversation, because Zachary talking about policy, we have a day in this country where we're told, guys, plant a tree somewhere.
October 10th.
Yeah?
October 10th.
October 10th.
Yes.
We are told, guys, go plant trees. And it's picking up. We're going back to that sense of look around you. It's important to plant trees. Do you feel, Dr. Philip, when we talk about bottlenecks, because Zachary talked earlier about you go to certain areas, you're telling people then to move. You've got all the signs that this is going to happen. A disaster is about to happen here. But then there's clanism. This clan will say, we can't move close to those people because hatusikizani na wale watu. And what are other bottlenecks do you see, even as you're using these as case studies in Tana and Garissa?
Before I come to the bottlenecks, Mr. Okari, the issue of climate, environment, and whatever is an all-inclusive stakeholder kind of approach that needs to be done. It's not a one-man, it's not a government, it's a community, it's not a met, but it should involve all kind of people because it affects you, it affects me in one way or the other. But the most important thing we have learned is that there has to be a goodwill from the top. And you've just mentioned what the late president was doing. When he went out and showed people how to build the gabions, it becomes part and parcel. The MPs, the political leaders do the same. So most of these things need a political goodwill. Once that goodwill is there, then any other issue can be sorted out.
It can be sorted out.
If you do it at the ground level with just mere communities, the issues are like policies will come in. They will be a bottleneck. So as my colleague was saying, there has to be a policy that all these activities that we do are anchored on. And that is where even the framework that we are talking about is like a policy. Once it is in place, somebody will not take you to court because my animals were killed because of floods or drought and all that kind of thing. So policies are very important because once they are in place, then you just refer to them and then you make a decision. And even the policy makers, the politicians will use the policy to guide the communities. So one of the things that we have noted is that the policy is not really strong enough to govern all this. That's why, as Wiser Kenya, we are talking with the county government of both Tana River and Garissa to review the policies. We have the county integrated development plans that they already have in place. All of them have got climate change policies. The phase 2 that my colleague talked about, we are going to sit with them, review, and make sure that these good policies that they have are reviewed, and they have to integrate climate information into these policies. Once it is integrated, then we believe that issues of climate will be amplified and everybody will be supported.
It's a wait and see, but it's also a connect at all times to make sure that actually these things do happen. Dr. Philip O. Amingo is the project manager, Wiser Kenya Project, the IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, ICPAC. Zachary Misiani is the Wiser Kenya Project Coordinator, the International Center for Humanitarian Affairs at the Kenya Red Cross Society. Thank you both for being here this morning, and the conversations must continue at 9:01. Good morning.
Thank you.
Amla Ubaga, and Kenya is in talks with Arab countries, such as Saudi Arabia, to reach an agreement that will protect human rights and allow Kenyan professionals to work in a better environment. Speaking in Kisumu at an African summit, Labour PS Shadrach Wandime said the move is a new awakening to ensure Kenyans find safe jobs abroad. He further said that there is need for government and trade unions to come up with strategies that will strengthen the labour sector.
We are negotiating, particularly with Saudi Arabia, to come up with a bilateral labour agreement that is human rights based, and secondly, that will allow professionals to work in those economies. And not only Saudi Arabia, but the GCC countries. That is what we are pushing for. So we are renegotiating the BLAs that we had previously, so as to incorporate our young people who are highly educated and who need these jobs.
And Kahuho Market in Murang'a County was the scene of a major operation last night after Nakada, working in collaboration with the Murang'a Police Command, seized counterfeit alcohol valued at 1.4 million Kenya shillings. The raid conducted ahead of the Jukwaa la Usalama Murang'a County edition and as part of a 100-day rapid result initiative on illicit alcohol ordered by Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen, followed intelligence reports on illegal trade in unlicensed liquor. During the operation, enforcement officers recovered 290 crates of assorted alcoholic drinks, all bearing fake KRA stamps. This event comes as Murkomen warned political leaders against sponsoring the sale of illicit brew in the nation.
Alcohol abuse and drug abuse will become one of their key indicators of their performance. And we will be going for the local community to ensure that we take a very firm decision against the officers at their locality, and disciplinary measures will be instituted against them. Officers also who have stayed in Kiambu for far too long became familiar with the environment, and they have become part and parcel of this business will be dealt with decisively.
And the government has appointed Dr. Richard Lesiampe as the acting chief executive officer of Kenyatta National Hospital, the country's largest public referral and teaching hospital. The announcement was made through a statement by Health Cabinet Secretary Aidan Duale, who described Lesiampe as a seasoned healthcare administrator with the expertise needed to guide KNH through ongoing reforms. Prior to this appointment, Dr. Lesiampe served as an acting CEO at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital, where he played a key role in elevating the hospital's profile and operational capacity. A 13-year-old minor was electrocuted after he touched a loosely hanging live wire in a village in Cheptais, Bungoma County. Police termed the incident tragic, adding authorities were investigating it. The boy was in the company of two other siblings and were grazing their herd of cows when he touched a hanging wire from a main line on the farm. The wire had been hanging in the area for days. Kenya Power officials from Sirisia were called to switch off the power supply to the area and help in collection of the body. And in the international scene, President Donald Trump says the U.S. will ensure any Ukraine-Russia peace deal works as he meets Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in the White House. Zelensky and European leaders are holding Ukraine talks with Donald Trump at the White House. Trump says the U.S. will be involved in providing security guarantees for Ukraine as part of any peace deal. He said Russia's Vladimir Putin is expecting his call after the talks. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaka.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human, everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, "Sitaki kuongea today." Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's after 9 o'clock and into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation on this Tuesday, the 19th of August. And we're getting into one that likely to be a little bit sticky this morning, but we're going to do it anyway because it's absolutely necessary that we do. After you, Mr. Okari, connect us.
Oh yes, we all love hassle-free stuff. And during this season, where you're looking at your pocket and you want everything to make sense with the sense, you know?
Well done. Plantain for you.
So this August, get a Safaricom Home Fiber internet connection and enjoy up to double the speeds, a 25% discount for any plans that you would love. We've got bronze, silver, gold and diamond plans. Now, the welcome package, because this is only valid for new customers who want to enjoy not just reliable speeds but also fast speeds. The welcome package comes with a free router and zero installation fee anywhere in this republic. So stay connected and enjoy that reliable fast home internet, whether it's gaming, whether it's streaming movies, music, online working or high-speed web browsing. Now all you need to do is simply dial *400# or visit my Safaricom app to get connected today. You've got 12 days to get this deal. Feels good to be home. Safaricom Home Fiber.
Indeed. And how about we focus on legacy for just a minute? Wealth isn't just about what you earn or, what you have in your pocket, but it's a lot more about what you leave behind. It's what you invest, but it's also what you pass on. And for many high net worth individuals, legacy and values matter just as much as capital. And we're talking about Standard Chartered Priority Banking that goes beyond numbers, helping you with estate planning, ensuring your wealth transfers seamlessly, while also preserving the values that you hold dear. So in a world that's constantly shifting, we're talking about economically, politically, even tax-wise, adapting to change is crucial. With Standard Chartered, you're not just reacting, you are actually prepared. So this is about more than financial success. It's about sustained intentional wealth. Start your journey today. Email wealth.ke@sc.com. Because if not now, then when? Now is absolutely your time for wealth. All right, we're getting into a conversation this hour that comes off of news that we saw lifting off a couple of weeks ago. But we're getting into that because beyond the headline, it's an issue in very many the lives of students in school. Helping us out with that conversation this morning, we are looking into issues surrounding young girls in school, but then we're also beyond that looking at protection of children. Eunice Kilundo is the Child Protection and Advocacy Manager at Child Fund Kenya. She's here with us this morning. Eunice, good morning.
Good morning.
Joining us as well is Marlene Walubengo, who is a Child Protection and Advocacy Manager. I beg your pardon, I'm going to take that again. Joining us also is Marlene Walubengo, and she joins us as a reproductive health specialist, Mary Stopes, and she joins this discussion with Eunice. Good morning to you both.
Good morning to you.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
As we get into this conversation, Dennis is going to welcome you with today's proverb. We'd like to hear what you think about it and interpret that for us. Marlene is smiling because she's already prepared. Okay, let's go.
So today we are in Zambia, South Africa, SADC region, and let's just talk about what it is known for, right? So we talk about their industries, and majority of it is mining. So they are one of the biggest producers of copper in the world. So we talk about electricity and whatnot. Thanks, Zambia. But then again, there is one thing that is common with them. So their staple food is called shima. Okari, Sima, and Shima. So it's from
Sembe.
Gali, yeah. So it's called Shima there. And you know the currency? Kwacha. How is it written?
KWACHA?
ZMW. You know Kenya shillings KES? ZMW.
What?
So when you see ZMW, just
the initials ZMW.
Yes. Zambian Kwacha.
I was in Zambia a long time ago when President Sata just passed.
Okay.
Yeah, went to Hero Stadium for his funeral. And there was a community. I don't believe I can't imagine I'm ever going to say this. I can't remember whether I did. I stayed in some fancy boutique hotel where they were serving us just European cuisine.
Sorry.
So I mean that's where we were staying.
So let's go to the proverb, right? So the proverb, what you wear is known by the arm. What you wear is known by the arm. How would you interpret that?
What you wear, it's all
is known by your
known
arm.
by your arm.
Yes.
Could it be the jewelries that we put on our hands? The value that has on it? It's more of watches could be the most expensive, jewelry and rings. Yeah.
How would that interpret who you are? What does that say of who you are?
Elegance. Yeah.
Elegance, like Okari, boutique hotels. How would you interpret our proverb today? What you wear is known by the arm.
Wow, that's a really challenging one. But just like my colleague says, your arm could tell probably your social kind of status or something. It talks about who you really are. And so because in the African setting, dressing is dictated by your social status or your position in the society. So when you extend your arm, it shows what you're wearing, and it can tell much about you.
We've actually seen that happen a lot. Murkomen, President William Ruto, and what they wear on their arms.
Trust you not to let that go.
Exactly.
All right. Great looking into some of these interpretations, and I think it's good to hear from people, because then you're able to actually think about it in a different light. And I think that's the wonderful thing about the human mind and how it works. We're looking at a conversation today with, when we read this, a couple of weeks ago, and I think we were met with surprise, and we're asking ourselves, how on earth do we allow this to happen? So testing girls for pregnancy when they go to school, and the manner in which they are tested, for many have been said that it is, number one, it is grotesque, it's an invasion of rights. Do schools actually have rights to do this under the auspices of head teachers and deputy and head teachers? Should it be your, we're even going to the place where we're starting to ask, should it be your business what is going on the inside of a student as they report to school? Okay, let's start off with you, Marlene. Should we have been surprised at what we saw? Is this a necessity when reporting to school, especially boarding schools now? And we're looking at girls specifically. So there were two things that were being looked for. Number one, pregnancy, and number two, in some extreme cases, whether these girls were still virgins. Now, should this be something that we should be dealing with at school?
In a school setup, it should be a no, because every individual has their ethical and like legal rights. And doing, for instance, a pregnancy test is like invading someone's privacy. So for one, that was they invaded their privacy. And number two, they should have given consent, either parental or as an individual. The students themselves should have given consent on having the test done. Checking on if someone is virgin or not as well shouldn't have been done in school, and for some reason either they will have involved their parents or have the process done through a healthcare provider. Yeah.
Why would it matter at school?
Sorry?
Why would that status matter in a school setting?
Because now looking at the child's side, it's one it's intimidating them. One will feel intimidated. For instance, if you're not a virgin, yet everyone in your class is a virgin, I'm sure they might feel intimidated, and it might affect their performance in school. Yeah, so I feel it's not right for them to be have that test done.
Eunice?
Yes.
When you talk about this test being done in school, so you find it's a teacher who is a guidance and counseling teacher who's been given the role of undertaking these tests. So they're not a healthcare professional, but then again, it is said it is a school policy, but then again, there is nowhere that is written down. It's just something that happens. And parents, students have been preconditioned to imagine that it is okay for this to happen. Why has that been the case?
Well, you rightfully put it that it's not policy. And the big question to ask is, what's the rationale? Why would they find it necessary and important to undertake these tests? One, I want to say that it's actually prohibited by law. In the Children Act, Section 27, it outlaws those kind of acts because it talks about children's right to their privacy. And in fact, it talks about, it includes the protection from attacks on their honor and reputation. That's what it says. And so doing this is contravening the law. It's also contravening the Data Protection Act, I think Section 33, which talks about guarding children's privacy. And if that has to be done, it has to be done through informed consent. I want to underscore the word informed consent. Informed, meaning that the child must know and understand why this is happening and accept and consent, because it's called consent. They must accept that it should be done to them. So it contravenes the law. It has no rationale whatsoever. I don't understand why it has to be done. And if it is and again, this kind of test, like your colleague put it, is invasive. And this is a test that can change a child's life forever. When HIV test is being done, counseling precedes that test. Why? Because this is a test that potentially could change the life of this individual. A pregnancy test, if a child is found pregnant, that means their life takes a different direction. There is need for preparation to do that if it is necessary to do it. Again, in the Children Act, it talks about a child being below the age of any individual below the age of 18, and so consent has to be obtained from their parent, and so I don't see parents coming in the picture. This happens at school with the school administration and the child. But then again, I want to also talk about parents consenting, because sometimes even the parents could be coerced to consent. So I want to talk about the best interest of the child principle. Best interest of the child principle with regard to consenting, the child must consent, must understand and accept. But again, everything that is done to a child must consider whether this is for the good of the child and whether the child is for it. So that is what I really want to underscore.
But it's clear that from a lot of these practices, the interest of or the desire of the child is not taken into consideration. We're already getting comments here where people are telling us, well, in my school, I was asked to go to the matron's office and lie down and they feel my tummy, or they're asked to essentially take a urine test, testing for pregnancy. It's not. Is it about that child? So then what happens? If you find out this child is pregnant, what happens to her? So is it really about the interest of the child, or there is no... Because this being a medical physiological issue is also a social justice issue as well. So what happens to that child? Is she then sent home? Is she then ostracized? For whose interest would this be done in the first place? And that continues to be my question. Why do you want to know? Really? Because what bearing does it have? And I'm pushing somewhere. I'm trying to get that. Why would we have stories of school head after school head after school head demanding and or acquiescing to this taking place at school? For what? Why?
Well, that question beats everyone. I don't understand why it has to be done. The only reason that I can think of is the schools wanting to weed out girls who are pregnant, probably so that they don't contaminate, so to speak, quote unquote, contaminate other children in the school, and
if so they're that pregnant, it's not infectious. But okay,
yeah, that's the point. Is it infectious? Is it like COVID, that if the child stays in school, they are going to infect others? Is it going to affect the rights of other children in the school? Because if it is, for example, as I was thinking about this topic, I was thinking of things that could, someone could be where their privacy can, you can be coerced to, for people to get into your privacy. Like when we were in school, if something is stolen in the dorm, you will be forced to open your box so that whatever has been stolen, when they're looking for what has been stolen, that's privacy being invaded, because whatever activity it is, you're looking for something belonging to another person, but this is your body. It is not going to your pregnancy will not interfere with anybody else's life. And so just like the law puts it, it's against the law. Even the Basic Education Act, does not really give any permission to do that, and it doesn't infringe on anybody else's privacy. There is no preparation, whether they feel it's right or not. There is no preparation done to do this kind of test. The nurse who comes to do it just gives the results to the administration to do with it whatever they want to do with it. This child is obviously sent home. No preparation is done at the home front to receive this girl, and counseling for the parents. Pregnancy, we all know, affects everybody, does not just affect the child. First of all, this child's life trajectory has changed. Their dreams are shattered, and even if the the re-entry, school re-entry policy is in place. The very act of doing this test and ostracizing the child and sending them away from school makes the school a place where the child does not want to come back to. So the school re-entry policy again, does not, the way that child is handled, then they don't enjoy the school re-entry policy.
Eunice, is the question then how this is done and the process? Or I'm just trying to think, if I'm to play the other side, I'm just trying to think, why would a school want then to know if a child is pregnant? And I'm just trying to imagine, if then this girl is pregnant, she's coming to school, then it puts her in a different health category, in my understanding, and their safety concerns, their health concerns. Typically in a school, you'll go do sports, you'll do games, and sometimes it's like compulsory. You will either be standing in parades, you'll be expected to perform in your academics to a certain level, attending class sessions normally. So if then the school doesn't know if a girl is pregnant, there are consequences. So is it precautionary so that the school then is able to know this is how we need to handle this student, either counsel, offer some support to the girl, or just making sure that they get timely medical attention? What do you think?
I'm not persuaded that
Why?
I'm not persuaded that there is good intention or goodwill or thinking about the child's safety, because if a girl is found pregnant, are there measures being taken by the school to retain the child there, keep them away from the strenuous activities? Is there such goodwill? What we know is that once a child is found pregnant, they are sent home.
Just go home.
So it beats. I mean, if it's in the interest of ensuring the child is safe, then they should keep the child there and support even other children to be able to coexist with this child well.
Is it then a moral issue for the school, or is it a liability, trying to avoid, in the event something happens to this girl, then it becomes a court case. Now you're not dealing with just any other child. This is a child who's carrying a baby.
Well, again, what I want to say is that if it has to be done for whatever reason that it has to be done, there must be informed consent. And this is something that requires a lot of preparation. It's not just, girls lining up and the test is done and nothing else is done after that. There must be prior preparation. Like, we are going to undertake a pregnancy test on you because we must for these specific reasons. And these tests could mean your life changes, because being pregnant, we are talking to a 13, 14-year-old girl. They don't even figure out what implications being pregnant could have. So this kind of preparation needs to be done. And also that's prior. After the test, there's need for interventions in terms of how is this girl going to be supported to come to terms with what has happened, to decide what will happen. Because some children may decide, I'm not going to stay in school, I'll go home. And now, when they go home, is the parent ready to receive them? We know in the traditional African culture, this is something very serious. She may be chased away by the father together with the mother and all that, and that means the home is broken. So we are talking serious business here. It's not a simple test that once the test results come, then everybody goes on to moving on with their life. Again, even if the test is not going to be positive, there is that sense of betrayal that the child feels. There is loss of trust. Why are they doing this on me? Why don't they trust me? Why do they have to to go all this way just to check whether I'm pregnant or not? So the school becomes they lose trust. And sometimes I think when there were the trends of the school fires and everything, the fact that children are not involved in some of these things that entail their lives could be, the fact that they're not consulted, even not in this and other things could even be the reason why some of these school fires were happening, because the child, as a cry for help, as a way of saying we want to be heard.
So there is the aspect of, you've talked about consent, and there's a question of this is a child, but you find in some instances that a parent agrees to what is happening, consents that their children be able to undergo these tests. But then there is also the other aspect of the child's rights and also the informed consent that they need to undertake. So Marlene, if a parent says it is okay, you go ahead, but the child says no, what's that situation like? Because the parent then says, this is my child, they're still under my care.
So
the parents have a right to make a decision over a child in such matters.
Yeah, they do, because they are looked as the bigger picture in their child's rights, and there's that assumption that the parent has the best interest of their child in their minds. So you'll find a child will have to oblige to what a parent has consented to, with little knowledge that he or she can also make her own informed decision, or just to give consent to a certain idea. Yeah.
This is all coming from the place that pregnancy for a child, or pregnancy outside of a marriage relationship, is still heavily frowned upon, right?
Yeah.
That one could imagine that this is where all of this is coming from. More so in a school setting, that you don't want school administrations, all again birthing from this overall idea, is that you don't want girls of school-going age to be in school when they're pregnant. Is that a safe place to start this conversation from, with that overall intent? Is that a safe place to start, or we don't deal with that at all?
It ain't a safe place, but I'm also thinking at around that stage, the child tries to learn from the other, from what they are seeing their peers are doing. So you can imagine if a girl will see a certain girl being kept in school because she's pregnant, she'll also have that assumption that it's also right for her, or there is something that she's not doing to be the same as this girl. They say that when one potato is spoils, it can spoil the others in the sack. So this girl can influence the others, and they might think also getting pregnant while in school is the to-go thing.
I mean, Marlene,
Eunice is about to blow a gasket. He's about to blow a gasket.
You want to respond?
Yes, I
just
do.
respond before I ask Marlene my question.
Because retaining a child in school when they are pregnant, to the girl themselves, is not easy for her. Because on one hand, she's here trying to struggle with her studies. On the other hand, she's here dealing with the discomforts in the body that pregnancy brings with it. And let's face it, really. Being in school will not make other girls feel like it's okay to be pregnant in school. They can see the struggles that she's going through. They are empathizing with her, and if she stays there and they can see what the struggles the struggles that she's going through, naturally it will. In terms of influencing them, she will influence them positively, because they will not want to also go through the struggles she's going through. So why I'm not really in agreement with that is that pregnancy is not eating cake. Pregnancy is difficult, and the difficulties she's going through will positively influence the others not to follow that path. So, and also it will, much as they will not want to follow that path, the decision not to follow that path will make them be more careful in their lives. So I don't think it will, I don't even want to look at her as a rotten potato. Yeah, no, I think that would be looking at her very negatively, because we know, I believe it's not even the bad girls who get pregnant. The bad girls know what to do.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and on that note, Marlene, I'm assuming you've had conversations with these girls because you're a reproductive specialist. At their age, and in this case, you're talking about now a pregnancy case, without the testing for other things. Do they really grasp or understand what's going on with them? Do they fully understand?
They don't. Yeah, most of them, they lack information they lack their understanding of what is happening when someone is pregnant. They don't have an understanding completely. Yeah.
And so, as a specialist, you're talking to this child. How do you have a conversation with them beyond now this is what's going to happen for you? I mean, it's difficult to have conversations around semesters with the child. How do you sit down then to explain that this is what's happening to you, and this is how you can get exploited, and this is what you need to keep, this is what is within your rights, to just explain to them that this is your privacy? How do you have that conversation?
So we are trying to enlighten the schoolgirls, and as an organization, we have come up with a curriculum that the Ministry of Health, in conjunction with the Ministry of Education, have come together just to give it an approval that we are giving this girl the information that they need during before they, for instance, before they get to have the teenage pregnancy, and also when they're in that stage, like what do they have to do, what is needed of them, and if they are to seek health information and how to go to the hospital. So we just ensure that we are holding their hand and just ensuring that they are getting the best service, just as any other woman who might be in that situation.
All right, let's take a break at this point. We're looking into what seems to be, in some cases, mandatory testing for girls as they come back to school. And then if they do find out that they are pregnant, they're actually sent home. We'll come back and discuss as to the legality or just the social injustice that then poses. And then, okay, so how do we deal with this problem? Which, if we want to look at COVID times, we saw the highest numbers of pregnancy in Kenya recorded within this age of school-going girls. So, do we have a question to ask? And then do we have one to answer in terms of what actually should be taking place when we look at this situation? Marlene and Eunice here with us this morning. We'll come back after this break and continue. It is now 23 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
A little sharing goes a long way with Safaricom.
Dad, thanks for helping me find those shoes on IG this morning. Your internet shopping skills are on point.
Of course. Maybe Newlem say. And thanks for sending me that TikTok dance. Atim Nasabaga, it slapped me.
Aki, Dad, no one says that.
Mom, thanks for the call before the quiz. Who knew you'd be so good at remembering those dates?
Well, I do try. And thanks for sharing those hilarious memes on the family WhatsApp group. I needed the laugh. My day was going sideways. And when they come home, the connection gets even better.
Guys, the show is starting. Are you guys ready?
Just a minute. Let me finish this online course.
Almost done with my game, Dad.
Just after I beat you.
It feels good to share with Safaricom Family Share from Safaricom Home. You can now enjoy a home fiber connection with a voice, data and SMS plan that can be shared with up to 5 members of your family. Experience the convenience of paying for your home internet and mobile plan on one bill. And what's more, you get up to 20% off on your mobile connection with more value for you and your family. Dial *400# or go to My Safaricom app to add Family Share to your Safaricom.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
This conversation at 21 minutes to 10 o'clock. We are looking into, all right, what does it mean when we talk about safety and protecting her privacy, girls' rights in schools, and what the policies could be. Eunice Kilundo and Marlene Walubengo join us in the studio this morning. And Eunice, I just want to go to that point where we say, okay, this is coming from, is the place where it's coming from a safe place to start from? And I ask this because, again, let's look at what I don't know of in a parental situation where a parent would not be in shock if her 14, 15-year-old girl came home and she was pregnant. The first feeling would be shock. And that shock is born from still frowning as community or as society on a young girl coming home pregnant, or for that matter a young boy impregnating her. This is it. So is that space where we're not quite sure what to do with this thing, is that still a safe space to come from before we talk about these policies which are contravening rights?
Safe space in terms of the school making the decision.
Is it understandable why folks would be a bit worried as to whether or not a girl was pregnant? Is it understandable that somebody has that fear or somebody has that care or concern?
Yes. It's perfectly understandable because, of course, everybody, the parents, the child, they all have their dreams. The parent has dreams about the child. You know, being pregnant is not part of what they envision in the life of their child.
At that age.
The child, after being, exposing themselves to what led to this, did not, because at 14, they hardly ever think about the consequences of some of these actions. So it is not really, I wouldn't call it a safe space. I would call it a challenge that had not been anticipated. And so that is why I was actually talking about prior preparation. Bringing these children together and telling them we're planning to undertake this test for these particular reasons. We feel it's important to undertake them. First, do you accept? Because if they don't accept, doesn't matter whether the parent consented, actually. I just want to correct the fact that, what was shared earlier, that if the parent consents, then the child has no option. That is not the case, and it's against the law. Actually, the child must, I want to underscore informed, meaning they must know why it is being done, and over and above that, they must accept that it should be done after they are convinced that the reason that is being done is okay. And so I'm talking about the prior preparation that needs to be done, not only to the child, but even on the parent. And I gave a good example of an HIV/AIDS test. When someone is going in there, they are prepared because it could mean a total change to their lives. I believe that even a pregnancy test, if it has to be done within that kind of safety.
Okay, so she is found to be pregnant. In almost all cases, just from research that we've seen and found as of this morning, in almost all cases when a girl of school-going age, and this is usually in secondary school and in a boarding setting, usually, she will be asked to go home. Her parents will be called if that provides for, and she will be asked to go home. In some cases, they say, okay, when it's time for you to have the baby, you can go. Re-entry also that you talked about, after having the baby, then come back. But in what we are seeing now as 94% of the cases where a girl has been found to be pregnant in a secondary school setting, she's asked to go home. She cannot continue with school at that point, almost as though it was a punishment for what she was doing. Is that?
No, not almost. It's a punishment. It's actually a punishment because the school has become a no-go for her. Naturally, the home also, if the parents are not well informed and they're not empathetic enough, also almost becomes a no-go. It becomes another battleground because here she arrives, she's pregnant, they have to come to terms with it. Some never ever get to come to terms with it. The dad may decide to disappear for a whole week. gender-based violence may result out of this, and so many other things may happen.
But we're being told that the reason why schools will send them home is because you can imagine what a pregnant woman requires in terms of care and support. It's a lot. So the school is not able to provide this for this girl, and that's why in most cases she's asked to go home. True? No?
Yeah, in almost all cases, she's asked to go home, or she could even choose to go home because of the hostility that she's facing within the school environment. You know, teachers giving, we all know the experiences that we had with teachers. Hata kabla hujafanya kitu anakuita ng'ombe, na je ukifanya kitu. So, ng'ombe kubwa. So you can imagine, you know, giving other students examples of, wewe ukiendelea hivyo utakuwa kama fulani, na fulani mwenyewe yuko hapo tu kwa shule. You know, if maybe you have a few enemies in school, you are passing, they are laughing and everything. So the school becomes hostile, the home becomes hostile. And so this child may result to even looking for ways of aborting. Some have even committed suicide. These are studies that need to be done. Let's not just look at how many girls are pregnant. Let's also look at what, how many, the effects of pregnancy, teen pregnancy, and how many transition from school and all that. Let's take the research deeper so that we are able to also bring out the issues that are affecting these children, and how many transition actually.
Let's do it then. Let's look deeper. Let's look further. If we want to look at the region, Kenya has the highest number of girls getting pregnant and growing up and getting into a single mother status. Highest number of school-going girls who get pregnant in the East Africa region. Highest. During COVID, we saw upwards of 10,000 girls in a year get pregnant of school-going age. So one must ask the question, number one, what's happening? If we want to go deeper and say, is there an issue? Is there a problem? Is there lack of understanding? Is there no sex and sexual education taking place? Do young people not understand exactly what is happening for us to see such high numbers, for us to say that 9,000 girls were not going to be able to go back to school come 2020 September when the floodgates were opened after COVID? Is there a problem, Marlene?
Yeah, there is a problem. And I understand, like now from a health perspective, there's a unmet need when it comes to contraceptives. You'll find so many girls are not, they don't have information about contraceptive, and there are a lot of myths and misconceptions about it, and now this makes them they become like a victim of teenage pregnancies because they lack to get that service, or they lack information on how to get access to that service.
Eunice,
yes.
So let's talk about where we find ourselves in. So she's talked about contraception and the fact that girls do not have this information, which brings us to the conversation of sex education in school, and if at all that should be part and parcel of the curriculum. Will that help anything? And then again, we also come to the aspect that we know that there is a possibility that there could be a girl, one or two in a school that might be pregnant. It is based off history that could happen. So are we preparing our schools for whenever this happens, what to do, that schools are able to take care of these girls while in school, knowing that once a girl is pregnant, there is much more that needs to be done to be able to maintain them in school and not send them away. And then again, there is the aspect of this girl is pregnant. There is a boy somewhere who got her pregnant. Are we having these conversations as well with the boy child to know exactly what it means to be a young parent, so that we not only focus on girls not getting pregnant, but we also focus on these boys that not are getting them pregnant. Not getting them pregnant, you know what I mean? Yes.
Yeah, precisely. You put it very well. At the school front, that needs to be in place. No doubt that should actually be in place. One, to help this girl who is already pregnant. There must be mechanisms to support this girl who is already pregnant. One, to help her be comfortable in her status, because this is is not reversible. So to help her move on with her life and pursue her dreams, to help her dreams not die, so to speak, and also to help the rest, know how to, life skills. Life skills is part of the school curriculum, where children are helped to understand, to say no, to make decisions. This is very important and critical as a child grows up. But beyond the school, I also want to talk about the home front. The mentality of not spending time with our children, the mentality of just feeling like, over the weekends, instead of spending time with your girls, your children, you want to go out with the girls, quote unquote. You prefer to go out with your girls
than your girls.
So that is really worrying, because children close school and they hardly ever see their parents. Yesteryears we used to have grandmothers talking to their young girls and all. Now we don't have grandmothers anymore. Children are bringing themselves up. Internet is bringing up our children. So spending time with our children, having family time, and even fathers talking to their daughters, because sometimes fathers behave like they are only supposed to provide for the family. They hardly ever talk to their sons or even their daughters and all that. So I'm looking at it both at the school front and at the home front. Children need to be cared for. They need to be heard. They need to be, we need to help them navigate the various milestones in their lives, so that they don't grow up feeling independent and feeling that they don't need you. Let internet not answer the questions that parents should be answering.
Guys, I've just realized we're having this conversation starts from the point of you have a child in school. This thing follows you up even when you're actually employed and you don't notice your privacy is being invaded. I've just remembered, and there are companies that today, and I know there are people who will actually say this has happened, where you are getting employed, as you're signing your contract, you're told, as part of signing the contract, go to a medical facility, go get checked so that you're fit for the job.
How? Checked for what?
Just a medical checkup. And so what will happen, and I've gone through this myself, so what will happen is they will test urine, your poop, they will take blood samples. So they're testing for various things, so that are you able to go to the field and really carry a tripod and a camera? Are you going to withstand this? Are you going to do this? And so these records, I'm telling you, real, I've just remembered this. Yeah. And these medical records are sent directly to HR. You don't get to see the records. So even if it's your HIV status, you don't get to know. The records are sent to HR. There are many companies that are actually doing that to employees, where you're told first, before you start your day, go get this medical checkup, so you're certified everything is okay with you before you join the company.
One notorious industry is especially the aviation, where you get pregnant, you might as well kiss goodbye to you being a flight attendant, because then again you can't work in a plane and whatnot.
You have to look a certain way, I guess. So are we looking at policies that are infringing on rights across board, from when we start in school or we get up until that age? How should the school, let's go back to this underage pregnant girl, because a 14-year-old, honestly speaking, that is essentially still a baby, physiologically carrying another baby. And we want to also look at the social issues that come. Of course, there's the shunning, there's the ostracization, all of that takes place. How should a school deal with that? And we're not saying that, if we're saying you're not going to go do a random check, like everybody line up here to pick up your shirt and get your pregnancy test, that kind of thing. But should they find out that this is the case, how should a school handle these matters?
But if you want to go, let me go first. Yeah. I think if a pregnancy test has to be done for some reasons that he mentioned, maybe for the protection of the child needs to be informed and let it be voluntary. Like let the child themselves, be prepared enough to even consent to the pregnancy test. the Ministry of Education has the guidance and counseling policy, and there's usually the guidance and counseling teacher, and I think that's part of what that teacher needs to be done. Testing pregnancy for safety and protection of the child within the school needs to be communicated very well to the child, that why we are doing this testing is so that we are able to not to, we protect you, we don't expose you to probably hard tasks that could put you at health risk and all that, and then undertake the test if that is very necessary. But also the implications of this kind of disclosure to the child, and by extension the bulging pregnancy implications to the rest of the school also need to be discussed, so that the child is prepared for this and the rest of the students are also prepared. But in terms of policies, I think the Ministry of Education has a guidance and counseling policy to help through this. Many of these things are in policy, but the problem is the implementation of the policy or the practice.
If they knew, would it be better? If they knew that this is the policy that the school has taken and this is a requirement that they have. I mean, there's certain schools that have certain rules, right? Mm-hmm. If it was pre-communicated that this is going to happen every term when you come back, matters of privacy and all of these things taken into consideration, would it then be acceptable?
If both parties are involved, yes, it is.
It is acceptable.
Yeah.
Eunice?
Well, I want to talk about the best interest of the child here, and informed consent. So if the test is being done in consideration of the best interest of the child, if the test is being done after informed consent, then I think if the reasons are good enough, then it could be acceptable.
What if a school comes with a policy? Anytime you join, there is what is written down, and you're told as a parent and the student that every new term these will be done. Sign on this dotted page if you want it. No, if not, leave.
Then that is contravening the rights of the child, because a child cannot be coerced into a pregnancy test or any test that invades on their privacy, according to the Children Act, Section 27. So those guidelines and rules are outlawed. So the school really need to be put to task for coming up with laws like that, because that's a way of coercing the children to, to consent to things because they have no other option, because they want to be in the school. So such guidelines should not exist according to the law.
Where do you see a challenge where you have a lot of schools that are faith-based and religion then comes into play, where you'll find the conversation around discipline and the conversation around you cannot have topics around sex and contraceptions with children. You just cannot. So what happens in situations where there's that conflict of you now have, it's a question of faith versus morality. Should there be a standard policy that cuts across both, in your opinion?
Yes, the curriculum needs to play a role in coming up or having the stakeholders know of the policies that exist. Then in cases of whereby we are having religious values or morals that are against what the policy is, now that is where other people come in. But we need to have these policies known. And now, in that case, the faith-based also need to come up with moral value topics that they need to share with these children, so that they are aware of what the policy says and what the moral have for them to do, and just to put it together.
Yes.
Well, I believe these institutions, especially the faith-based learning institutions and all, of course, why we call them faith-based is because they have their own kind of restriction, faith-related restrictions to various things. So I wouldn't interfere. You know, they say your right ends where another person's rights begins, something like that. So I wouldn't really probably blame them so much for coming up with stringent policies or even guidelines around whoever is interested in joining their institution. But like you said, there are standardized, you know, based on Ministry of Education guidelines. There are those that are standardized so that the religious, the faith-based institutions do not put such prohibitive kind of restrictions to who should join their institution. But again, if they really want those who join to subscribe to very fundamental principles that the faith holds dear, then I don't think that can be interfered with, because again, we have the right to choose whether to subscribe to an institution that is strict on certain social issues, and we also have options to go to institutions that do not do that. So that is really 50-50 to me.
Indeed. Look, I mean, when it comes out into the news is where we're very aware that some of these things are actually happening, that there's many who've passed through these halls and unfortunately rights have been abrogated, and in terms of where they find some kind of justice, it kind of flies out the window, which is why it's important for us to talk about these things. If anything, lifting the lid on any kind of lack of information or none information, and very happy that you had this conversation with us both this morning. It's our hope that we make these things more known, put them out in the open, and if they're not comfortable, we afflict them. If they're afflicted, we make them comfortable. Eunice Kilundo and Marlene Walubengo, thank you so much for being here with us this morning and sharing this conversation with us.
Thank you as well for inviting us.
Thank you for making it part of your morning. The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. We continue again tomorrow, God willing. Have a wonderful day. It's 10 a.m.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. And Siaya Governor James Orengo has demanded swift and thorough investigations into the fatal shooting of a former county assembly clerk, Felix Isaac Olwero, in Kombewa area, Kisumu County. Olwero was the husband of Siaya County CECM for Sports, Angelino Dwar. Orengo said she was devastated by the shooting that took place yesterday morning outside his restaurant in what police termed as a case of mistaken identity. Police had initially mistaken Olwero for being part of burglars who tried to access White House Resort before shooting him fatally. They later changed the narrative and declared the shooting a case of mistaken identity, and it is under probe. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has arrived in Murang'a County for the Jukwaa la Usalama engagement, where among things expected is overseeing the mobile ID registration as well as discussing matters security in the county. Murkomen is accompanied by the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, Deputy Inspector General Gilbert Masengeli, among other top police officers. The Orange Democratic Movement has announced the postponement of its grassroots elections in parts of Homa Bay County.